They get their way on to leave, and they find the pick that they needed. A massive shutdown goes the way of LGD.
That's Baron.
That's Baron buff to them. That's the whole gold lead erased in an instant. One mistake from Leave, one trigger pull from Hung, and LGD get themselves right back into it.
I wish we could zoom in on Lee's character portrait. He has Flash still available. And now EDG, all of the gold, the shutdown going over to LGD. Xiaohao with the steal.
Going in for it, not going to find it. Double knockup comes through from Crisp, and this fight is going to go from bad to worse for EDG. ZDZ trying to cut through with the...
Without some big tools, at least in the Weaver's Wall and the heals being burned by Perukia. As well as that flash.
And Wembo's ending the game.
Up and, yeah, you have to deal with the Yorick at some point, and they're just going to pull the Baron and do it now. Oh,
ZDZ's recall. He has to teleport into this. Baron's at 5,000.
Oh, Temper Fate comes in on Xiaohao. They want to try to burn the Baron while he's gone. It's going to be enough. That's going to be the Baron gone, and now it's going to be Wenbo pushing it for the game while EDG get collapsed on by the other 4 members of BLG. One big kick onto him. Maybe they get the catch out there. Depth charge coming through. They have damage back. Shun's getting low, but Xiaohao finds the hit there. Wenbo's still trying to end the game. Is EDG going to have enough left to give? And Wenbo gets the solo bolo, and Wenbo's going to finish the game. The Yorick comes from death itself and finds BLG a 1 game in this series. 1-1. We're going to 3.
We were seeing Wenbo not being able to really set up. They're going to try to long chase onto ZDZ. He has Flash if he needs it.
Oh, he just says, bring it, bro. He just takes him down, looking for the 1 and 2. He's going to find it. ZDZ said, come again, bro. People.
It is the Wild Wild West, Michelle.
Oh, they're actually going to make a play on the YCX here. A wall bang comes through on the Fengyue. Fengyue gets dragged back in. He's going to have to do something to get himself out as he gets impaled through. Oh! 4-man knockup, and he's still alive. He's still alive. Okay, he finally dies, but that means NIP have already won the fight when all of the focus goes to the support. Shear's trying to make a hero play, but he just gets put down in the dirt. The yellow card comes through. The FPX emote comes up. A trick.
Oh, in goes a flash. Tarzan looking for the backline, finds the cease and desist on Nagala, and Shanks is there to follow it up. It's a double kill for the Silas, and Xiaoshu's not able to do enough on the backline. A triple kill for Shanks. 2 members still up. A quadra kill. They're gonna give it over. A penta kill.
Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast here on the LPL English Twitch and YouTube channels. I'm Yanni. That's Jay Beto over there, way down under, but somehow only to my left or right. I honestly can't remember directions on the camera, but we have not a full slate today. Only about a half a slate today with our games, as things are going to kick off with AL versus EDG and then Weibo Gaming versus BLG, as we have two matches tonight because the Classic Show match is over in China tonight. That should be fun and exciting.
Boy.
Classic Show matches have been pretty awesome.
Yeah, now for me, I don't care at all because I wasn't there. I started playing in like 2022.
That's crazy, bro. I can't believe you don't care.
I know. Well, it is what it is, all right? I can't force the nostalgia that's not there. But we've got a pretty exciting set of matches for tonight, Yanni. We've got the later on crazy rematch between WE and BLG, and for right now, we've got a team who is contesting the top against a team who is trying to scrape any wins they can.
Yeah, AL have cemented themselves as a top team in the LPL after defeating Top Esports a couple of nights ago. And EDG on the other side, one singular game win as they are 0-4 in series. Now, the good news for them is that singular game win is off of BLG. So maybe that accounts for something, but when you find out that BLG has gone to 3 games in every single series they've played, maybe it doesn't. They are currently heading down a winless road, Jay Beto.
Yep.
And I fear that they may take one step further onto that road tonight.
Yeah, I think it's the likely outcome, at least from predictions wise. I would gamble both of us.
Gambling?
Never. Jay better? Never.
Watch yourself.
Both of us hedge our B words on AL taking this series, most likely 2-0 as well. EDG have been struggling, like you said. They're on the winless road right now. We didn't exactly have that last split, but we did get pretty close, and then look what happened to WE. So maybe EDG can pull it out towards the end of the split. But obviously for EDG fans, pulling it out now, getting some wins right now is what's required. AL still, in my opinion, looking to prove some stuff after some change-ups to their roster that have gotten updates too. Not necessarily to AL, but you will find out more later tonight. I'm sure people will be talking about it. But yeah, AL, I think, still need to prove some stuff.
Yep, let's go ahead and take a look at that Anyone's Legends roster to kick things off here tonight. It is Breathe, it is Tarzan, it is Shanks, Hope, and Kyle. And the meta, it's been the big story, is fits this team incredibly well. You put low pressure on Hope in these 2v2s when they're essentially pseudo 1v1s because the 2v2 hasn't really been too kind to him. But when he can stand on his own and Kyle can move around and just make plays with Tarzan, you're in a great spot. Shanks has been the consistent force that he's really been for the past year and a half at this point, even picking up a pentakill a couple series ago. And Breathe, you know, they picked him up to be a lane dominant top laner. We haven't seen that part yet, but he's played the tanks about as well as Flandre did, and he has ran these team fights.
Yep. And you and I were talking about this, Yanni, and we kind of have somewhat differing opinions about this mid lane, which I think is a good thing. We both agree that Shanks is not necessarily the most lane destruction laner there is, right? He's not going to come out and he's not Knight, and he's not going to be 10-0 in lane. But I really think that there is a humongous gap in the mid tonight, and that with the way that Shanks has been performing, I'm a little worried for Bulldog. He has had a pretty tough year so far on LNG. Now he's moved over to EDG. And I really think that Shanks has got his number in this series. I'm a bit worried for the mid lane matchup.
I'm with you on that one. You know, we as you mentioned, not necessarily the most lane dominant guy, but plays the lane phase consistently well. You know, when you take a look at the stat sheets and when you actually watch the games the first, 10, 15-ish minutes, he is generally doing a great job in his lane. But not only that, his roams are generally pretty good. His team fighting is pretty solid. On the other side for Bulldog, we haven't quite seen an aspect of his game in 2026 that we can look at and say, okay, if he's able to do this, or the team can take advantage of that, EDG can have a winning formula. And, you know, we're getting closer and closer to, you know, the end of the competitive regular season for LPL for the year, and we still haven't seen that yet. So you need to show us something either tonight or your next series, or we're probably not going to see it.
Yeah, a lot to ask for from a player, but I do think it's a tough ask. It is a tall ask, a player that is so tenured like Shanks, who's been in the LPL for a while, and with this team for a while too, like you mentioned before, and in the clips there, picking up a pentakill on the Sylas. And he's been playing a lot of Sylas recently. He's very comfortable on the pick. I've been seeing him play some lock in solo queue to zero success, at least from the results standpoint, which isn't
Sounds
everything.
like one of my friends.
But hey, I'm sure he'll get there. Lock is it's in and around, and I think that is a Shanks pick, so maybe we'll see him pick it up tonight.
Yeah, I think he's been forcing the Sylas. I think when he picked Sylas a couple nights ago, I looked at it and I'm like, this is really the greatest Sylas angle I've ever seen, but sometimes it just ends up being pretty okay. But you said there's a lot that, you know, Bulldog needs to do. There's a lot really that EDG needs to do as a whole, as this is a mountain to climb here in this series against AL. It's ZDZ, Xiaohao, Bulldog, Leave in Perugia, and you know, for what we've said about Bulldog, that we haven't seen necessarily anything that you can hang your hat on. You have seen this for almost everybody else on this roster. ZDZ has had his pop-off moments. Leave is an incredibly lane-dominant player. Perugia, you know, you're not on a winning team, so the stat line's not going to look good, but there have been moments on these roams or plays that he's made in team fights that are like, man, if EDG weren't this far behind, you have something here. You're cooking.
Yep. I want to give a quick shout out to the main LPL broadcast talking about the junglers here. Something that's pretty interesting is in the stats provided, Tarzan is on top of every single one of them except for damage per minute, I believe that is. So Xiaohao getting a decent amount more, you know, just under 100 more. But Tarzan, in terms of kills, assists, in terms of kill participation, he's on top in everyone as well. So EDG definitely have their work cut out for them tonight.
Yeah, and credit to Xiaohao. I mean, one of the more proactive early game junglers in the league when things are going well, when he's at his best. He likes his aggressive early pathing, you know, K-Man always talks about because K-Man's favorite player. But it's just a matter of, can his teammates support these decisions? And unfortunately, in the solo lane specifically, we have found times they're just not able to do that. You know, we did talk earlier about ZDZ having his pop-off moments so far in the split. The team fighting's been pretty good. He's had a couple of solo kills, which we'll watch in a clip package we have coming up shortly. But the laning phase is not always there for him.
Yeah. And that's kind of a thing you can apply to a lot of EDG members. Not quite there is how I would describe it. You mentioned that there are some good things going on. We both think ZDZ's had some good games, and you're a big Leaf fan. So it makes sense, right?
I like Leaf. I listen, I'm an AD carry player, and I like Leaf. Yeah, you know, I wouldn't necessarily say like, yeah, man, you know, Leaf for president or anything like that, but you know,
Maybe.
he's a guy who has absolutely had plenty of moments where he's really holding the entire team on his back, and unfortunately, he makes one mistake, and then the game kind of crumbles from there. But you know, what was really fun about ZDZ and these clips that I pulled, none of these are even his Vayne game, where he had that awesome 2v1 outplay where he just gets the double kill. I thought that this fight in particular was pretty okay from ZDZ because the back half was really good, but he couldn't hold the front line against that Akali, and I think that's what really blew up the fight. If he could have done that, maybe that entire fight's different. See, he gets a couple of solo kills here, you know, taking advantage of the Gnar into Ambessa. So there are matchups that he can exploit and that he can win. Just a matter of actually doing it. Should have some opportunities here tonight if we think that AL is going to try to add that second dimension to their game in the top lane and have Breathe on these carries that are exposable if you get put behind her.
Yep. And I mean, it is a tough game. It's not like ZDZ's been having, you know, like it is tough for him to block Akali as Cassante. So, you know, sometimes it is pretty tough. I want to bring this up just briefly. I want to return to it a little later, but EDG taking first pick AL, selecting blue side with right of first selection here. So, have to see how EDG want to play towards their laning, because they won't most likely have that counter pick slot to give to ZDZ or to give to Leave. So they will need something that's a little more blindable, unless they're going to just try to wait for Breathe to take this pick. If they do get a counter pick, that would be great, but they do have to come out here with the expectation that they're going to have to blind pick in game 1.
Speaking of Breathe, we have, you know, some check-ins here for some of the new players on both of these sides. As you can see, a bit of a difference here. Now, one thing to talk about is the damage per minute coming out of Bulldog. You know, not, you know, compared to Breathe, at least a much better number, but Breathe's DPM numbers are some of the lowest right now of all the top laners. But generally speaking, really happy with where Breathe is at. Generally, if you're on a better team, your KDA is going to look better. But, you know, he's up gold at 15 minutes, and you really can't ask for too much more than that.
It's a lot of damage coming out from Bulldog over here as well, so that's not bad. Something that you do want to be seeing. The Q participation isn't bad too, so yeah, I think this is something we're going to continue to check in with not only the series but the remainder of the split. Pardon me. And there are a lot of other teams who are gaining players who we will I'm sure learn about soon. I'm not sure if any of those are being played tonight, but I've heard about some things. But for now, I want to bring the conversation back to the draft, as we are getting intros here, at least for the LPL stream. Well, EDG won't have the possibility to go for a counter pick in game number 1, which is something that if you wanted to levy like a top lane matchup, that's what you would need to do to get a guaranteed counter pick at least. But it means that they do get to take the pace with where their game is going. A lot of players been coming out. I still think Orianna's really good. If you're going to go towards the bot lane, there are still picks that I think are first pickable, like some of the mages. Varus is still up there, even though he's really falling off in terms of priority compared to what he was. But EDG needs something that's going to create stability through the mid lane, because again, I am really concerned about the mid lane, and try to, like you said, with AL, also do the jungle support thing that we've seen a lot of the meta kind of dictate towards.
Yeah, I think that there is some game that EDG can take from AL in a sense. I think the biggest difference is the bottom lanes. It's something that we'll probably notice in this game, and something we'll likely talk about throughout the series, is that, you know, Hope and Weaver are entirely different players, so you can't necessarily play the exact same strategy, because otherwise you're kind of hamstringing yourself as EDG. You know, even though the meta is playing these mages and leaving your AD carry alone, if your AD carry is such a strength in 2v2s, you know, give him something that he can carry on, even if you're not necessarily playing the meta, because things haven't really worked so far for the team as a whole. So, you know, if you decide to play your own game and you still take a loss, I mean, as long as you win a singular game in the series, it is improvement. You can take a look at the teams walking out. You already saw AL just a moment ago. EDG getting the walkouts done here in the IG's new stadium here in Shanghai. Again, as we talked about yesterday, weren't sure if we were going to see it in 2026. Looks pretty nice. I must say, I don't like the walkouts for it, because they're very plain compared to Shenzhen, I think we were at before. Yeah, we were at NIP's arena, where like you had the stairs and like players could be behind other players. Like I just remember Fungyue just like rising up behind his team, and I was like, okay, that's pretty dope. So not having it here, kind of sad, but still a nice looking stadium, I would say.
Yep. And teams getting onto the stage now. Should be getting into draft shortly. Yeah, my focus for this game 1 for both these teams is the mid jungle synergy. I know that there are potentially changes coming to this meta in the future, But for now, I still
Yes.
think it's really, really important to have this AD carry that can kind of do whatever they want by themselves, or a mage that really fills that role, have this mid-jungle synergy. We've seen a little bit go back and forth between the Enchanter meta coming back, or shades of that, and then also the roaming support meta. Like, there's still both there. We will see like Ashe Seraphines every now and again, and like Lulu lanes popping up when those roaming supports are gone, or when the picks and bans allocate for it. Some teams towards the very beginning of the split didn't quite, like they weren't fully on board with the roaming support style just of yet. But I think that it is really valuable, especially when you've got a jungler like Tarzan and a support like Kael, who can really take over.
And on the flip side, I like what EDG did with that in their game yesterday, right? I like the ideas where you have
Cái thằng người
this
eo
Jhin
đánh không
as
biết
your
đường nào mà
standalone
lần.
AD carry, and the Sivir is your standalone AD carry in game 2, with a Rel in game 1 and then a Shen in game 2. Just a couple of problems that I have with it are, number one, they didn't have many abilities to try to proc this Jhin route in game 1. If you're gonna do that, you need to make sure that you're getting a lot of value out of the Jhin, because otherwise a hyper tank is gonna be picked on the other side and he can't do any damage. Game 2, they picked a very like scaling comp out of EDG, and they got behind early, and it just meant that it didn't matter that you had Sivir Shen, which is a fine combo. You lost early, so you're never going to get to that late game. And frankly, EDG didn't play the lane very well. So the concepts, at least in draft, are there. It's just shore that up a little bit, execute a little bit better. Maybe things will be okay as we're here into the picks and the bans. Jay Beto, any interesting things you see out of the bans so far?
The Vayne ban's a little surprising to me. Been a thing that ZDZ has been picking up. I think that the EDG bans in general are a bit, you know, Jace and Vayne getting banned away. Then the Poppy, which is normally a cover ban for something else, but they're not hovering anything that Poppy would be necessarily super good into. Gonna be the Syndra locked in here for EDG, a really strong flex. She's in an amazing position right now, good in mid, good in bot lane. Let's see what EDG can do with this flex.
Yeah, you say it's a flex, and it is, but is it a flex for EDG? That is always the question that you have to ask yourself when you have Leave on the bottom lane, because these mages just have not really been working for EDG. So maybe they'll stick with what they're good at. Maybe they will just try to play the meta here. We're going to see a Shen immediately get locked in on the other side here. That's going to go over to Kael almost assuredly, and when a guy like that is on a not only a powerful champion, but a champion that can just appear anywhere in the blink of an eye, it looks like you're looking at 2025 Kael again, because this man was so good last year. A little quiet to start 2026, but the meta kind of stays this way. Certainly be in good shape.
Yep. I'm surprised that the meta has evolved to Shen being first picked. I always feel like Shen was a good pick into the Camille, into the Bard, but now it's just getting game one here by AL. The Narg is a really smart pick with the things like Jason Vayne ban. That's kind of a problem with EDG ending up banning away those things. The Jarvan Blind is an interesting one, but the Tristana, I mean, this could be a flex as well. It's likely that it goes to Leave, but I could definitely
Ok, chúng ta sẽ đến với cấm chọn ở trong game đấu đầu tiên của đầu giữa AL với EDG. AL thì đương nhiên sẽ được cửa trên so với bên phía EDG rồi. Với EDG thì hiện tại họ đang có một phong độ siêu bết bát. Để xem là game đấu này thì họ có khá hơn không đây. Có vẻ như sẽ là Tristana khu cứng trên thay vì một con Tristana đường giữa hoặc là đường dưới. Dạo này thì thấy cặp đôi Tristana với cả Gna khá là nhiều. Và Gna thì nó cũng không có một cái cửa nào để đi đối đầu với một con Tristana cả. Hello thầy Block nhá. Anh em thăm nhà tôi nhá. Bên tôi đang có mã khuyến anh em ơi. Điểm mạnh bên tôi là nó được hoàn nhiều. Hello thầy Guki nhá thầy. Lúc này thầy đi đâu thầy? Bỏ em qua kênh khác à?
support and an ADC ban from AL. I think for EDG, you want something that's going to allow you to do both styles, like your draft already can. The
Em
ability
xem
to go
like
in,
em
the
ơi.
ability to peel. Maybe a Rakan could look really nice in this draft here. It would be a bit tough into the Shen, so I could see something like a Nautilus instead. For AL, are you gonna just pick an assassin in the mid lane?
Từ dưới thì khả năng sẽ là phép ái giả
Silas,
xạ
go
thủ
something
luôn
like,
dành bên phía của AL.
Block, potentially, although I think it would be pretty tough into the Syndra.
Ồ,
Ezreal, the consideration for now.
hai con vợ nào lại thôi,
Yeah,
không
just
nhắc nữa.
really safe into a lot of unknown picks. One of these other champions that can kind of stay
Ezreal
over,
à?
and one of the few remaining
Ezreal thì cũng là một sự lựa chọn an toàn khi bên phía của EDG họ cũng chưa lộ khu vực cánh dưới ra.
As mentioned, the 2v2 has been a struggle, but
Chitana thì 80% đường trên rồi.
if he's able to go even or minimize any losses, it's generally a
Và
win
để
for
xem là bên
anyone's
phía của
legend.
EDG họ sẽ đánh cái bài gì đây.
With what they're gonna pick to round out their
Lốc
position
tuyến
at
dưới
the initial start, you've got some good pick
hoặc là
potential
Syndra.
with that Jarvan. You can
Hoàn toàn có
also
thể xoay bài được dành bên phía EDG.
team fight pretty
Và
well.
với
That's
Cassiopeia với cả Rai, à không, Syndra với cả Rai à,
It's something that he is
thì đánh con gì tiến giữa được nhỉ?
favored a bit, and then that Rel
Khá là khó dành bên phía của AL đấy.
for a little bit of extra team fighting power.
I would expect something with range. You had the Anivia, obviously the Cass is banned, but the TF hover is an option into the Rise. You don't necessarily win the lane against Rise, obviously, but has
EDG
that
tăng
global
trưởng
pressure,
em ơi.
has that stun, and it can really work well with the Nefiri and with the Ezreal. Now this means that
Ngày mai
this
cũng
is
chỉ
Syndra
có
bot.
29 độ
You
thôi.
had some concerns about whether
31
he is
phút
gonna
cơ
be
à?
able to play this to the level that we want him to.
Làm
CDZ
quả
on the Tristana,
nhiều
like
thời
you
gian
called
ha.
out as well, and now Rise in the bot lane. There's a lot of damage, but it's up to the individual. Can these players actually pilot these picks well enough to get leads in lane and then to snowball that into good team fighting? Because AL have a much more standard draft. They have a lot more CC as well, and it's going to be a lot easier if they ever get the ball rolling for Nefiri to take over the game, for Na to take over the side lane, for this TF to impact the map. I think EDG, they're feeling confident by picking this draft, but it is a tough one.
Dạo này không hợp Liên Minh thì không muốn xem à? Dạo này thầy bỏ bê đâu, thầy chuyển sang bóng à? Bóng thì bên em đang có mãi khuyến đấy thầy.
The Gnar early on can do quite a lot. EDG on the other side, you've got the Rise scaling. Remember that Syndra's more of a scaling champion now as opposed to what she was before. You're really hanging your hat on this Tristana. So if you're EDG, you need to make sure that you're not only playing for ZDZ, but also protecting him with proper vision and good timers to show up for counter ganks. Because if ZDZ gets behind, the rest of the game is going to fall apart. He is the big player to watch for the side of EDG, J-Man.
Yep. And to jump onto the Rift for our first game, Yanni. I'm interested to see how the top lane goes, like you were saying.
Listen, you could already see that.
Rồi thử hit check quả 31 phút xem như thế nào.
Very nice.
The extra vision. Just making
Is
sure
this
that
happening? Is he starting top?
Coi anh vái trời EDG win à?
Like, I get that the lane is really hard, like the matchup is
Em cũng
hard,
đang
but
vái
he's
trời đây.
completely sacrificing
Cho nó cái game này nó
his
diễn
AD
ra
carry
dài dài một
and
tí.
the lane
AL
swap
cắt
pattern.
cử luôn vị
I
trí
know
của
it
Sen ở
isn't
khu tuyến
really
trên
a thing anymore, but
để
it
giải tỏa bớt cái áp lực với một con
still
người
is
Na
enough to the
đi
point
đối
where
đầu
I
với
feel
một con chip tận nào trong tay của
ZDZ
ZDZ.
is
Có nhịp độ chết người. Cân 2 thì... ấy da. Cân 2 luôn đến từ ZDZ cơ à? Một pha trả người sát thương cũng tương đối là hiệu quả đến từ ZDZ ở pha vừa qua. Tôi làm quả trên 31 phút Bắc Khôi ạ.
Sure, and you do get the exhaust out, so that feels good, but the lane is not any easier for the Na, as we can see, and he's down like a significant amount of XP, which is really negatively impacting Breathe in this lane.
Hoặc là anh em nào bay bay thì có thể làm EDG MNL nhá. Không biết được đâu. Tôi thấy là bên phía EDG họ đang đánh khá là chủ động ra trận đầu tiên. Và đội hình của họ cũng là một đội hình meta và counter đi đội hình bên phía của AL. Một phần nào đấy nha. Bên dưới thì một con Sinara xài tay rất là dài rồi. Đường trên thì cũng tương tự như vậy cho bên phía EDG. Cảm giác như Bridge cũng loay hoay khá là lâu. Bây giờ mình chỉ có 8 chỉ số lính thôi. Và những lớp giáp trụ sẽ được bóc nhanh bởi vị trí của ZDZ. Tạc răng thì để mà anh can thiệp ở khu vực bên trên thì cũng hơi khó. Khi mà ZDZ thì anh ta có thể cú nhảy tên lửa để lùi về được. 300 vài cách nghiệm đi ngang về bên phía EDG. AR đang muốn chơi tới kiệt sức vào đầu clip. Hop anh ta có được nhịp độ chính người, bàn tay liên tục vô anh bộ đâu. Tốc biến trước đến từ cây eo cái đã. Đòn thằng Lip này. Và Hope anh ta vẫn đang dướn lên. Vô anh bộ có. Và Lip anh ta sẽ nằm xuống với chiến công đầu dành cho Hope.
Not a great start for EDG's bot lane, and this is exactly what you didn't want to happen as Tarzan finds Xiaohao.
Bulldog getting held up right now by the TF. Meanwhile, fighting up on that top side. ZDZ getting stunned up down to about half HP. Has to hop out of there, but still continuing to take a lot of damage.
Còn ôi rồi ôi. Thảm họa ZDZ ơi.
That is insane.
Tại sao có thể một cú tốc biến nó tệ như vậy được?
This is a matchup that we saw how tough it was, and Breathe with his first Mega is able to get a solo kill. While ZDZ has flash, they both use them. We'll take a look back quickly here at the bot lane play. As Leave is just caught by a tower shot, too much damage. The exhaust is nice, and then, like you said before, the taunt being held the entire time means that eventually Leave just can't do anything.
Bố lại thầy.
Already been used.
Như này liệu rằng có qua được nổi 31 phút không trời? Có vẻ tôi hơi tin tưởng cái thằng ngu EDG trong ván thi đấu này. Một farm thằng ZDZ này đấm con na khổng lồ. Thằng này nó bị ngáo ngơ rồi anh em ơi. Không né được cú nhà nào đến từ vị trí Bridge cả, thậm chí là đã dùng tốc biến. Ui trời ơi. Nó ngu. Tiền dưới thì bây giờ lại lủng luôn rồi. Chó đứng đợi sẵn. Lip thì bây giờ cũng không có Exciter để chạy. Đó là nhót dành cho bên phía EDG. Double kill dành cho Nafiri. Xiao vẫn đang cố gắng đi gỡ mạ. Anh ta cũng đang còn tương đối là nhiều máu, nhưng mà cấp độ 4 mà thôi. Đã bị tạc răng bết. Hope sẽ là người có được mạng 5-1 dành bên phía EL. Nó ngu thôi.
Very bad for EDG. It feels like Tarzan's lining up to have a Nefiri pop-off game, something that he's very experienced in, and Hope is doing a really good job as well. Breathe again.
Ngày hôm nay mình đã thấy điểm điếm rồi, mình không vào tăng trưởng dành cho bên phía EDG. Mình vào quả trên 31 phút. Nhưng mà nhìn thế này đái quá. Một K8 vàng nghiêng bên phía EDG rồi. Chúng ta sẽ cùng được xem lại tình huống mà can thiệp của kênh dưới. Mặc dù EDG họ thấy con vợ Nafiri nhưng mà họ bỏ qua. Con mẹ mày nó ngu. Không biết phải nói gì với thằng tật não này nữa. Đó là tật anh em ạ.
ZDZ getting taken lower is going to be forced to hop away with the taunt going on to Perukia. But Jay Beto, I'm very surprised that EDG decided that they wanted that 3v3. As I mentioned during the replay, they saw Tarzan clearing that ward. Obviously, Xiaohao was there, and they knew it. We have to talk about what's happening down here. Is the first port from the TF doesn't quite yield a kill, but will force Leave back without a taunt.
Yep. We'll lose this big wave too. Leave is struggling in this lane. The game is being ran by Tarzan right now. And this is about the time that Kyle is going to start to link up with him. He thought he was scary before. He has so much CC to work with. He's got the stun card, and then he's got the Shen taunt, plus the shield as well from the Shen ult when that comes through. Tarzan is a full level up against Xiaohao as well. Has that ult available. Both of them have the upgraded Scuttle Crab, and Xiaohao has now ticked over to level 6, but like I said, Tarzan ticked over to level 7. AL are positioning around again, but looks like they're happy to just keep the farm going for now.
One of the best junglers in the
Suy
game.
giảm tham xin được chết à?
And when he gets a lead
Nghe
like
cay nhờ.
this, it can very quickly turn into
Tự
a
dưng ngày mai tôi
chasm.
vào tôi check thì tự dưng lại thấy dư ra đâu 200 mấy chục nghìn ở trong đấy, tự dưng tôi lại làm quả trên 31 luôn.
That is
Thế là gọn luôn.
something that you can build upon. The problem is the Hound's Pursuit is on top of Perukia here, and everybody is
Đéo
around
còn
to
mẹ
take him
mày.
out. It is a third kill for Tarzan.
Tôi biết là thằng EDG nó ngu, nhưng mà tôi không thể ngờ nó có thể ngu được như vậy anh em ạ.
There'll be nothing more beyond that. So does mean that the Gromp is going to go over to Tarzan and Xiaohao, while he is on the Jarvan and he can survive without some.
Chắc chắn là thằng này là cái thằng mà yếu nhất LPL thời điểm này rồi. Quy nó đã tiến bộ rất nhiều. EDG bây giờ 04. Và sớm muộn sau ngày hôm nay nó sẽ thành 05 thôi.
For setup to help him, he's got Kyle who's going to hold his hand the rest of the game. He's got Shanks who can destiny to him at any point when that ult comes off cooldown, and also has the stun card. He's got a top lane that's doing just fine and pushing in most of the time. And if somehow you manage to deal with all that, well, Hope has a 900 gold lead as well. EDG are really struggling to find any kind of win condition here in the beginning of this game.
And ZDZ is getting in trouble too. Perukia has to move over to make sure there's no dive happening. It's just going to be the Grubs going over to AL. Not quite sure how much value they're going to get out of that in the early goings. As ZDZ is generally
Nhìn chưa nhìn ra một cái điểm nào sáng dành cho bên phía EDG luôn. Đến quả Chitana còn bị Gna nó solo kill thì không biết phải nói cái gì hơn nữa. Tính ra tiết tấu trận đấu cũng nhanh đấy chứ. Phút thứ 9 mà 7 mạng rồi. Hy vọng con vợ AL nó nương tay một tí về quả 31 tham cái. Chưa thấy một cái dấu hiệu nào nương tay. Brit thì vẫn đang farm cháy máy khu tên trên, thậm chí là anh ta có được 2 lớp giáo trụ. Chấp luôn cái kiệt sức cho nó vuông. Vội bộ tốc biến có cho sân truy đuổi Bulldog, người ta mất đi tốc biến. Sia Hoa đứng đợi, Bulldog mất rất nhiều máu, chưa được dứt điểm, úp lòng được 2 người đến từ ra và người ta kích để bỏ chạy. Có bài vàng được bốc ra, thêm một tình huống lia bài. Quét tàng hiệu chính xác của TF và Kia đang muốn bỏ chạy, anh ta có tốc biến lùi ra. Và chưa có ai bên phía EDG phải nằm xuống, nhưng mà họ chắc chắn là người lỗ khi mấy EL thì đang được đẩy ở khu tuyến dưới. EDG thì đang còn dịch chuyển đến từ vị trí của Rai và anh ta sẽ ngay lập tức comeback. 3k vàng mà cách biệt ở giai đoạn phút thứ 10. Và cảm nhận một phần nào đấy là EL đang cực kỳ nghiêm túc ở trong cái game đấu đầu tiên này. ZDZ bây giờ không dám lên cao nữa rồi. Gọi bạn tới, nhưng mà trông có vẻ vẫn đang tương đối rén. Thì cũng chả biết Nafi đang ở phương hướng nào. Brit thì bây giờ nó có cái na khổng lồ, nó cứ lao lên thôi.
EDG can't really walk anywhere without finding this hot dog.
Tarzan holding complete dominion over this map. 11 minutes into the game. This is just what happens when you get so far ahead. But something that Tarzan is really so excellent at. Next dragon going to be up in about a minute. You know that AL is going to want to go and get that first dragon in their ledger. Just a matter of what EDG wants to do. Like I said, I think you just have to employ the sit and scale strategy, hang out, farm up, do what you can as these champions, because you can get there, right? You can get to your late game Syndra once you have all of your splinters and you get that increased AP and you pick up a couple of items. You can get to your 3-item rise, which is one of the highest spikes on a champion in League of Legends.
Nào, chuẩn bị con rồng ra. Tầm này bên EG là một cụt nữa thì thôi. Nhưng mà bây giờ mọi thứ thì vẫn chưa sẵn sàng. ZDZ thì không có đồ. Mỗi thằng CL2 trông đỡ đỡ một tí thôi khi mà nó có giáo thiên ly. Trong khi đấy thì Bulldog còn chưa có triệu trường sinh nữa đây. Chưa có triệu trường sinh thì tranh chấp con rồng là kiểu gì. Thôi bỏ thôi. Tạc rằng bây giờ lao tới. Có bài vàng ném ra đến từ xanh. Nhưng mà EDG cũng đã có mặt sẵn. Cùng ánh sáng tung ra nó trúng cả 3. 4 luôn. Vãi cả lều. Áp lực điên.
With that true shot barrage, a couple of members of EDG up on the top side. There's that Destiny getting used. Do AL want to actually pull the trigger on it just for a little bit of vision for the moment?
From
Yeah,
AL.
Hope is just getting whatever he wants down here.
Well, that part is good, but the dragon is just completely free. They use Destiny and vision topside, and Tarzan is using all this time about.
Rồi, trước phút thứ 14, bú thêm một trụ dành cho bên phía của EL và cộng thêm được 700 vàng. Rồng thì cũng chưa vội. Khó nha. Team thì đã không có tanh rồi. Giờ không có tanh nữa, không có đam. Đánh đấm cái nỗi gì đây? EL sẽ có được con rồng thứ 2 trên bản đồ này. Đợi tí anh em ạ. Cài lại cái YouTube này. 3 giây nhá.
For anyone's legend, but the good news for EDG is that the game has calmed down a bit. So while the gold lead has gotten further out of reach, your lane states are still about the same state they were before. It hasn't gotten any worse for your scaling triumvirate.
Ocean Soul this game, not the most exciting or impactful to be honest in this game. There's a lot of
thăm nhà anh em nhá. Bây giờ tôi đang làm cho No. On no. Anh em nhé.
That is a tall order to ask of right now. We're going to need some smaller wins before we start to get those big wins. Perukia picked up the Mikhails, which is interesting because there's not a ton of CC. Does make sense to try to protect his team from the stun cards, from the taunt flash. It's very similar to a Rel actually, as I might need to hold my thought here.
Tarzan just lying in wait for a play to be made on Bulldog. Bulldog holding that wave, which means that Tarzan has to use that untarget ability early. Bulldog trying to get back under the turret, does take the gold card and is getting quite low and will be finished off by Tarzan. A clean dive from the side of anyone's legend.
I'm shocked that Shanks held his stun card that long, but I think it was waiting for the flash. Makes sense.
Tăng trưởng tham à? Tôi cũng đang khấn cho bản thân tôi đây.
Protecting his AD carry as a lot of members from EDG are pathing down. Sorry, Breathe, not his AD carry. But it won't pay off as anything. Now, what I was talking about before is that Shen kind of functions in the
similar con mẹ như một thằng AL cho nó đánh chặt chẽ quá. Không có một cái hở sườn nào cho EDG luôn. Thôi, AL nó thắng rồi. Không có gì để bàn cãi nữa. Rồi để xem là có qua được phút thứ 31 hay không. 15 phút nữa cơ. 15 phút nữa thì trông lâu đấy.
Similar mind games you can play on this champion to get flashes away for free and keep yours available. Kael's been relatively quiet this game. It's been a lot of Tarzan just running around the map and doing his own thing. Even though Kael does have 4 assists, I don't
gọi cho EO đánh chậm thôi à? Nó có đánh nhanh đâu. Nó cứ dần dần nó bóp nghẹt đối phương. Nó không để ra một cái kẽ hở nào để cho bên phía EDG họ khai thác. Nhưng mà trông có vẻ là suy giảm kill đấy. Nãy giờ là cái đánh nhau đâu mà cứ một chiều này.
AL went and picked up the Rift Herald, so that's in the back pocket of Tarzan, but EDG were slow to respond. They wanted to dive bot lane, but The entire minion wave was gone. Now they're gonna attempt to dive this top side here.
20 xác nữa thì mới clear được.
They're just gonna pull the trigger on top of Shanks, caught in the cataclysm. Kyle to save the day. And they're gonna turn this dive.
Quay lại cái kích ổn áp luôn nữa chứ. Javan đang muốn bỏ chạy đến từ bên phía EDG và tạm biệt CL Hào chia hành lý rồi. Vẫn là một pha trao đổi có lời. 1 đối 2 và Lip thì sao đây? 1 đối 3 con mẹ nó rồi. Cho sân chưa đuổi làm mà thì làm sao mà ngăn cản được đây. Game này khả năng là 23 phút.
Yep, Tarzan heralds the mid tower and then jukes out the sky of the week going again.
All right, let's see if Bulldog can handle this.
Okay.
Baruki are gonna come in and mean mug Tarzan and force him over the wall.
It's a really smart and quick
Nhẹ 7k vàng.
Send Breathe to TP up and Kyle with the ult to protect Shanks.
Cảm giác như là tăng trưởng bao nhiêu dành bên phía EDG cũng cút nhỉ. Lin thằng EL nó đánh này thì ông ZDZ thì ông cứ bắn trụ rồi.
It still ends up being a 2-for-1 plus Tarzan got the kill. Well, now he's got another kill.
Plus Tarzan got another, yeah. Yeah, that dive is just super rough because you go in without any minions, and then the Cataclysm keeps Barukia in there when Kyle lands, so it's just a free
Con
double
mẹ mày cái thằng ấy.
taunt.
Ôi dồi ôi.
Scatter the Weak is there, but I'm not sure if Tarzan's quite done with leave. A couple of Darkened Daggers takes him quite low.
Choáng 2 không? Lại là choáng 2. Thêm một tính ủi vào đẹp. CL sẽ đi nốt không? Có kịch kỹ để lùi ra. Bấm liên tục chơi EL.
Great map play by AL. It's not just the support jungle duo, it's just 2-man squads running around the map. Tarzan probably finds this, and this is going to be, oh, maybe not. Flag and drag gets him out. Bit of movement speed here from Tarzan.
Mẹ nó chứ.
Hope we'll get the kill.
Yep, there's that true shot barrage. It's a bit of a horror movie. Xiao Hao tried to hide. Tarzan just knew where he was, and now it's a 10k gold lead pre-20 minutes for anyone's legend. Absolute decimation from the jump, from that initial move that Kyle made to tilt the top lane toward AL.
Khả năng 2-0 rồi.
All anyone's legend from here.
Xong sớm mới nghỉ sớm. Khi nào ngày này 6 giờ tối xong mẹ cái LPL không?
AL to be looking this good when they're contesting the top teams. Tarzan on one of his best champions. And I think EDG are playing a little bit disrespectfully. They're kind of just dying everywhere. But to be honest, what are you even supposed to do about this?
Yeah, the go buttons for AL are just very robust in this game.
Con mẹ nhìn con vợ EDG nó bất lực kìa. Xin ra nó gõ không có đàm mà. Không biết là có clear được quả 2.5 dành cho bên phía EDG không?
You can see AL couldn't care less about this dragon. There's a pause coming through. I imagine AL will pick up the dragon
tạm dừng là ok nhá.
11k lead. Yeah, they might not. I think it's good to just take it away, and stats are stats, but they'll just get the Baron. This game is pretty much over. Hopefully this pause isn't too long. Hopefully it's just a small issue, or maybe someone really needs to go to the bathroom. That would be kind of funny. But yeah, EDG needs some time to think. Maybe sitting here in this is probably not what you want, but they have to.
I don't know. I actually think it is what you want. Acceptance is one of the... Well, yeah, acceptance is one of the stages of grief, right? Once you get to acceptance, you've gone through all of the stages of grief. So if this helps them get to acceptance, yes, we are in this scenario. No, there's nothing we can do about it in game 1. They can come in with more of a fresh mindset for game 2. If you can't get to acceptance and you're still struggling with that when you're in game 2 draft or 5 minutes into game 2, you're going to be all out of whack and you're just going to get swiftly 2-0'd. So if I'm EDG, if I'm personally sitting here, I am looking for any excuse to go to a pause, bro. I need a second.
Yeah. Yeah, where's anguish on the list of stages of grief? I feel like that's where we're at.
We have denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance.
Acceptance, anguish after when you accept it, but it's still happening to you. Maybe we're at bargaining. Maybe EDG is gonna start saying, please stop it.
We need to pause. We need to pause. Why?
So that's where we're at. We're working through the stages. Please, can we pause? There must be something wrong.
We will sign some mouse pads if you let us pause. That's the bargaining.
All right, I
sure.
see it.
EDG sign mouse pad would be pretty cool.
I don't know. I feel like. Do you play in? Are you a Hardstock Castle player?
I am. Yes, I didn't play the games tonight. Luckily, against a lot of the master tier teams, because I was busy prepping for this and then sleeping, so I didn't have to deal with whatever the hell they were dealing with.
So imagine you're sitting there with the Castle teammates, and you're in a land situation, and this is happening to you. And your jungler, who is whoever, I don't know who your jungler is.
Nổi 10 phút ông đây.
Khó lắm rồi. Okay, so Rafa, Mark is just getting ran down by Nefiri. And then there's a pause, and you can't say anything, and you just look over at him, and he just shakes his head. Does that make
Nhìn
you
cái
feel
thằng
better?
EDG này nó chán thế không biết nữa. Ngày này chắc trông chờ về em team Wii rồi. Khi nào team Wii đấm thằng BLG không? Bây giờ xong bây giờ endgame là gì nữa? Qua phút thứ 31 khó lắm. Bây giờ không có chung công trình để phá giành phía của EL nữa cơ. Nó chỉ có phá luôn nhà chính thôi. Bây giờ em CL hàng cướp được không? Khó lắm. Không thấy con BR ở đâu luôn. Em nhớ thăm nhà nhá. Này tôi đang PR cho bên O N anh em nhé. O N anh em nhé. Đang có mãi khuyến anh em nhé. Vào mở tôi một tài khoản anh em nhé.
Little lost it.
I mean, I like the angle, right? There's always opportunity to try and come in with a surprise engage on the back end, but it's well worth it.
Nào thằng Giang ơi, chết ngu đi. Sáng ở DZ ơi, bắn nó đi trời ơi.
Attack away. As you said, it's just not fair.
Nó lại còn câu cho một máu nữa ạ. Thế mới đau lòng. Em không? Và quanh ra trước. Vẫn thoát được đến vị trí của Bulldog. EL đang muốn endgame rồi. Endgame là sẽ được dành cho bên phía EL. Muốn làm cái gì cũng được luôn. Có vẻ như mấy thằng này nó vào xì giảm tham thì phải. Đánh rất vội. 12k vàng mà chênh lệch. Thậm chí là cũng không có mặt của KL. Tạc rằng thì bây giờ vẫn đang còn 2/3 cây máu. Kia anh ta bị làm mềm nhũn ra đến với chữ Kia luôn. Một trụ bảo vệ nhà chính cũng đã mất đi tốc biến với chữ Bulldog quét tay cái cứu. Và giá van liệu rằng có lên bàn đếm số không? Chưa. EDG bây giờ đang rất mềm rồi. Brit thì đang có lượng na khổng lồ. Và quyết định bên phía của EL họ sẽ chơi thêm một tí nữa à? Cái gì đây hả? ZDZ chưa đủ à? Đấm luôn ổn đây, úp lồng khá đẹp, nhưng ra van thêm một tình huống kỳ kích 2. Mất 2 người bên phía KL rồi nhưng sẽ có phản công. Tạc rằng ta là vào cắn không nhả, triple kill dành cho vị trí của SPL. Bulldog sẽ đi pentakill đâu? Đưa cái pentakill đây. Chưa. À đây rồi. Đây rồi. Pentakill.
Yep, that's the way to end it. Baron didn't even wear off before AL won the game. EDG tried to move forward. ZDZ is stun carded and he explodes before the stun even wears off. Shanks had a pentakill before. Now it's Hope's
em nào muốn donate đâu?
Humongous individual performances from AL. Great teamwork as well. They were just better. There's not a whole lot to say there. They just were so much better.
You know
cho bà 11 phút nữa chịu.
When you get a triple kill in the last fight, and your jungler is holding the 4th kill for you. Not even the 5th kill. Your jungler has decided, I see your triple. Checks watch. We're not in danger. You can get this one, bud.
This one's all you. Pretty impressive stuff from AL. every lane was winning, or mid lane wasn't necessarily winning in terms of solo killing, but Shanks just did so much more on the map with these stun cards. Breathe with the solo kill. Hope and Kyle popping off in the bot lane, and then of course Tarzan, who I think, even though there was a pentakill, is still my MVP for this game. That was a nuts Nefiri performance. Not even necessarily insane macro. He just was at the right place at the right time, got these early kills, and snowballed it to the point that EDG just had nothing to do.
Yeah, every single time. I look at that bot lane play as a real microcosm of the game. You know he's coming through. Xiaohao was like, hey guys, we can fight the 3v3. The health bars were just a little too low for them to do much of anything. The good news for EDG, if you can call it that, is in the laning phase, mid lane didn't explode.
There is that. Mid lane didn't explode too badly, but Bulldog was the target of a lot of ganks.
It was fine. You know, listen, you're probably not going to get
they
solo
all
killed by
did
TF.
about the same damage.
And if you're getting solo killed by TF, things have gone poorly. But you can take a look at those damage charts, as you said. It is Tarzan and Hope leading the way for AL. We had a lot of questions about the initial Kyle roam up to the top side. Looks like it paid off in spades. Yes, Breathe was behind and decent amount of experience early, maybe half a level, but was able to equalize that pretty quickly. And you know, ZDZ without that exhaust on that fight near the crab just went so poorly. That's where ZDZ died. That's where Xiaohao died. You just knew that this is an AL game to win.
Yeah, I will say a very quiet game from Shanks on the kills department. He's doing his job. He found the stun cards. He's playing for his superstar jungler who took over the game, and this is kind of the like the catalyst of what led to this being later. Is EDG taking this 3v3 at so low health, where Tarzan just walks in and cleans up 2 kills. The healing here from the Darkened Daggers is really nice. Gets him out. He would have died on any other champion, or a champion that doesn't heal. And then this is every time you make a play. There is a Shen ult there. There is somebody, most likely it's Breathe, TPing. Anytime EDG tried to look for something, this is what they found.
Just a whole lot of members of AL and a whole lot of pain. I think my favorite part about the previous clip, the bottom lane play, was that Hope was just farming the wave after Tarzan got the second kill. And then when Xiaohao went back in, Hope was like, I mean, I guess I'll just like help fight. And all right, no, I'll just take this kill. Yeah, sure, man. I was interested in the minions. And gets a kill for himself. This is a very AL dominated highlight reel. This was the horror movie that we talked about a little earlier. Credit to Xiaohao for the attempted sidestep, but unfortunately, J4's lance is a part of him, and he got caught on the lance.
So much damage. This is the start of the pentakill, obviously. Hope having a good game. I've been a critic of Hope. I think that he has a lot of games where he doesn't really do a whole lot. But I will say, credit to him, great game this game, and not that it was necessarily required of him because of how strong Tarzan was, but he does get the pentakill. Did have a really, really good game. I'm okay with it being a player of the game for Hope as well. I think we need to see more of that from Hope. He should be doing that next game as well.
Yeah, you know, you put him in the 1v1, you let Kyle do his thing and roam around, and good things have happened. So see if AL is able to keep up that strategy, not only throughout the rest of the series, also throughout the rest of the season, as long as it'll be allowed before any patches happen. I'm with you though for MVP. I think it's got to be Tarzan. I do wonder how heavily the pentakill is weighed in garbage time. We'll call it what it is. I want to know if the AI is like, he got a pentakill, enough said.
Definitely.
Well, you say definitely, but I'm sure the AI's description will pop up, and you and I likely will be unable to decipher what it says. It is a Tarzan MVP as expected. Only 68% kill participation, which feels weird to say only.
I mean, the AI and I are good friends, so he wouldn't do us like that and put hope just for a pentakill, would he? Would it? Guess we'll have to find out.
J-Bet
I think it's
AIO?
likely. Yeah, exactly. I mean, apparently, that's what I've been told by Twitch chat at least, so I guess I'm leaning into it.
We're gonna need to talk about that in the break. I need to know how or why you are being associated with AI. AI gives it over to the proper choice. We have the winner club voting for bot lane, as well as you can see some caster disagreement there, but no real surprise that Tarzan gets the majority of the player of the game votes. Shaybeto.
Yep, and AI got it correct. I knew it. Player of the game Tarzan, something about ganking. That's all I can decipher, but I'm sure correct.
Ah, yes, it does say gank. Well, it's one way to get the job done. There is AI. It just drops gank in English in the full Chinese explanation. You know you have done something right. Now, there are a couple of people who have done something right, and they'll get shouted out at the end of the stream. And if you want to be on that potential list of people, you could support the LPL English project by becoming a coffee member, because coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, because the vast majority of your contributions will go directly into the show. A lot of the initial payments will go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and our content creators. Subscribe to our coffee, which will be linked in the chat. You can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, and when we return, it'll be the Game 2 draft between AL and EDG. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as Anyone's Legend takes a 1-0 victory as Hope really capped the game off in style with the pentakill. It's back to the drawing board for EDG. Luckily, they still have at least one game to play with, see if they can turn it around, because they were non-competitive in that game from the jump. I'd like to see them put up a little bit more of a fight. Listen, they were able to take a game off of BLG. As weird as BLG has been, we know how good of a team they are. If you can take a game off of them, you can take a game off of anybody, JP.
Yep. It is pretty hard, though, when Tarzan's coming out with the 100-strike Hellhound on the Neferi. But yeah, no, it was a great game from Tarzan, great game from Hope. And a bit of struggling from EDG, as we wanted to take a little bit of time here to bring up a bot lane graphic about the difference between the two. And I will say, yes, for the most part, he was not a safe weak side to 9 so far. It was not safe for EDG to be there either. He was weak siding for quite a while, but it was not safe for EDG.
Safe
yeah,
for AL.
I guess that's true. We need to see some more from the bot lane of EDG, getting some more strong side. You know, whether it's a support counter pick. I think a support counter pick is more important than ADC counter pick specifically. But yeah, EDG need to find something through their bot lane in this second game. And like you said, might be their last game. So being 0-5, not the best way to start.
I think in a vacuum, you're correct that ADC counter pick is meh. I do think that for this team, I think Leave is your win condition. I think you just have to pick for him. I do think that you have to every single time, because I think it gives you the highest chance of success. It is very difficult, and we've seen this happen with far better teams, where the meta shifts a little bit, and it's just not their meta. They don't play nearly as well as you expect them to. Maybe a team that was a first place team is now a second place team or a third place team, and you've gone from being a contender in internationals to maybe they're not going to do so well. Obviously, not trying to say that's what EDG is, but when you're a team that's already okay when things are going well and things aren't breaking your way meta-wise, you have to make a decision whether you're going to ride with it or if you're going to keep doing you. And I just think it's better on the mentals of players, at least from my perspective, that I'd rather go down swinging at what I'm good at rather than try to play what everybody else is doing, and then if I don't do well, I'm going to be like, damn, I should have just stuck with what I was good at.
Yep. Interested to see what EDG decide to take here, whether it's another first pick or whether they want to get that second pick. I think second pick is really valuable. I think the laning is quite important. There's so many things that you can first pick. So the red side is going to get a couple of them anyway, some strong picks. I'm a fan of when teams can use red side really, really well, and it's been rising up a lot. I think BLG really likes it here, and it is EDG on the red side.
They're going to go ahead and get that counter pick, so that'll be nice. We'll see if they're able to use it to fruition. We are already not seeing EDG ban the Vayne, so always a chance that they were to give that over to ZDZ. Remember, he did have a pop-off performance on it. And, this was a good move by AL to set him behind early. I do wonder that if EDG are going to do something very similar in their top side and give ZDZ something that he can be lane dominant with, if Perukia might elect to stick around a little bit longer, or if they're going to try to maybe take a creative warding path. I know that in the past, with lane swaps back in the day, used to ward in the middle of the lane going through your enemy's jungle. Maybe they'll do something like that just to catch a glimpse of what AL's setup looks like, as a first pick Cassiopeia is going to come in for Shanks or Hope.
Yep, like you said, it is a flex, and so is this Victor, something that's rising up a lot. But with the Varus hover, I mean, it could technically be Varus top. Jinx would be a big mistake in my opinion. I'm not a huge fan of this pick. I don't like the weight and scale ADCs. I much prefer something like this, the Nautilus, although it is a bit of a tough matchup into the Cass. EDG tossing around with a few ideas. Gonna just land on the Nautilus, something that's been very, very popular in the support this year. Kind of the only engaged support that was around during the Enchanter meta and now has maintained, is pretty good into Camille and into Bard. Kind of the premier catch support. Is Pantheon locked in here for AL with that Camille? This could be Camille Cassio in the bot lane. This could be Camille support with the Cass mid.
Yeah, well, I want to see an AD carry that has a lot of early game damage now. I want to see something where if you land a hook on this Nautilus, you can go and burst out this Camille or even potentially kill them. I think that Varus would be a fine pick for that. Once you stack up that Blight, you hit with even a medium.
Chưa thêm một cái hy vọng gì dành cho con lợn EDG. Em xin một like em ơi.
It leaves open the final pick flash. You could still send the Varus top. No, he's not as popular as he was earlier in the year, but it's still a very good pick up there. Also provides a lot of extra CC, so I like the start here for EDG. I'm a little bit worried about this mid lane and the scaling requirement that's going to come out of it. I personally don't think there's many junglers that pair super well with the Victor that don't get you run over in the early game. We'll see what the strategy is going to be, as AL has already taken out a Trundle.
I think Victor Zinzao is not too bad. Could be an option. For me, I'd like to see
AL team này pick đẹp phết luôn đấy chứ. Hello thầy Baba nhá.
Siva's not good into Victor, but it is really good into Varus.
Khả năng ngày hôm nay LPL đánh nhanh điên. Nhìn cho nó đần quá anh em ạ.
Will be the Rumble ban. Banning for top lane does make it seem like the Varus could be going towards the top lane. Because you do have counter pick, so you wouldn't particularly need to ban away tops if you were just going to counter pick top. AL with their final band here. And like you mentioned before, what is going to be the jungle selection from EDG? I mean, I think that the Zinzao is not bad. You could go towards a Kiana, although that is a bit tough into things like the Cass. You could also leave it for last pick, like a Wukong isn't bad either. The problem is that you're always going to be engaging into a Cassiopeia, and the bunker is already really good. AL have a great front to back style. They have a lot of burst damage with the Pantheon Camille, and then consistent damage with this Cass too.
Well, with that Vayne ban coming through, that Renekton is going to be locked in for ZDZ, so we're going to give over jungle counter pick to Xiaohao, which I actually think is a pretty solid idea. It's just a matter of your picks are a little bit more limited by what your mid laner is providing in the early game, right? I think that the duo combination is just very hard to play out. See a couple of different hovers. I actually like the Sivir even more now. I think the on the hunt to get away from or chase down a Renekton would be quite beneficial, but it is going to be the Ziggs to ensure that this Camille can roam pretty much with impunity, and Ziggs try to stay as safe as possible.
Don't mind the Olaf. Cassante, Jack's probably preferable for me. Something that can just do fine and go even against the Renekton. Maybe it's a little bit of a tough lane throughout the early game, sorry. But it makes sense. I like the Cassante lock in here. What is the jungle selection? Trundle's banned, so that would be pretty nice into the Cassante. I was talking about this. It is super risky into the Cass, into the Camille. You just get locked down so easily. But it is a lot of damage paired with the Victor. You can very easily get these elims and work towards moving through the team comp. Looks like
Quizana. Đường trên con vợ Breton hơi khó nhở. À không, Breton vẫn là đường trên. Dành cho ZDZ một kèo tương đối dễ dần đầu tiên. Nhưng càng sau thì càng phế đó.
Marginally better, but I think that if EDG can get off to a good start, winning top with like a 500 gold lead, jungle with a couple of kills, Victor Bulldog having a good lane, and then maybe Leave and Perukia getting a bit crazy in the bot lane, finding some 2v2 kills, they can really take over the game.
Yeah, this is actually one of the few jungle combinations I do like.
Anh em thăm nhà anh em nhá.
Because you get to not only provide some CC, for that gravity field to go down and have a follow-up stun, but you also have plenty of damage. You did mention this Cassiopeia and how Kiana playing into it is very difficult.
Rồng gió à? Ok thầy thôi nhá, để bắt con rồng gió thầy. Game trước thầy có đi gì không thầy? Game trước thầy đi giống em thì chết luôn.
For two of your premier melee carries in this game, J-Beto.
Yep. It's going to be a lot on AL's shoulders about how they find their burst damage and navigating through this early game, Yanni. I think that EDG have a good stance in the early game to get some gold onto their carries and push through the game. And where does this Kiana get active throughout the early game is also really important.
Hopefully in the spot that either results in nothing bad happening or something good happening, because that's really all we're asking out of an EDG early game. It's game 2, AL EDG, starting now. It was a very half-hearted EDG.
Yeah, they were like that game 1 too.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I know that this team is struggling. You know, Legacy Org is going to have a lot of fans. But it feels like you're just kind of going through the motions at that point. We're here out of obligation. Kyle can immediately move in on the Xiaohao and ignite him, taking him quite low and also stealing away 1 chicken nugget, 2 chicken nuggets. Will not stop him from hitting level 2, but will certainly make him a little bit more exposable on a potential invade.
Well, I've actually seen this a little bit in some tier 2, tier 3 gameplay with the Camille Ignite. When you just run an enemy jungler, level 1. Xiaohao does luckily get level 2 off the camp and it doesn't cost him too much time. But that can work out very negatively for EDG if, you know, Camille steals just too much of the camp away.
Hy vọng là EDG nó sẽ khôn ra một tí trong cái đấu này để cho cái loạt biểu bà hấp dẫn thêm một tí. Chứ nãy giờ thực sự là ở trong cái đấu đầu tiên họ không có một chút nào tỏa sáng. Xanh thì anh ta đánh một Cassiopeia cũng tương đối cháy. Tuy nhiên thì vấn đề hiện tại anh ta đang gặp phải đó là không có nhiều năng lượng cho lắm. Tuyến trên thì ZDZ đang đánh rất đổ vào với quả kéo trên. Nhìn nó cũng giống game 1 thôi. Game 1 anh ấy cũng rất là năng nổ. Tuy nhiên thì lại bị solo kill ngược mặc dù đánh cửa trên. Ôi giời, lại dùng lửa rồi thầy ơi. Khó quá thầy Khôi ạ. Khả năng thầy phải chuyển mã thôi. Đánh rồng khó lắm. Và dạo này toàn thấy nó ra rồng nước với rồng lửa đâu. Bulldog tí thì ỉa ở giai đoạn đi đường với xanh. EL thì bây giờ đang di chuyển rất là năng nổ và đã có người đứng đợi, đó là vị trí của KL, nhưng mà anh ta cũng mới cấp độ 2 thôi, không dám láo khi đối đầu với Kia. Kia thì anh ta sẽ bảo vệ thành công cái con cua khủng tuyến trên. Chạm với cổ căng cọt.
Grab probably amp tome and TP back, but it's interesting. A lot of players here are going the.
Thề luôn, tôi làm cái đấy cứ bảo không hiệu quả, nhưng mà lúc tôi làm cái đấy thì một ngày tầm ra được mấy cái tài khoản đấy. Nhưng mà tôi đi rồi thì mấy tuần nay cũng chỉ được có một cái hay sao. Mẹ chịu. Chỉ thích mấy thằng nịnh thôi. À, tại cứ nói tôi này kia ấy.
didn't really see too much of it, but Shanks wasn't really asked to do a whole lot in game 1.
Ý là tôi cũng soi xem là tôi có thực sự là không hiệu quả không. Nhưng mà soi xong mới biết là mẹ toàn tài khoản từ data của mình.
Sometimes with the AP build going PTA, and then obviously going the AP. This time going Comet start and then going.
Con rồng chuẩn bị ra đấy.
With the Doran's blade and building towards the Shiv.
Một con rồng lửa hơi đáng tiếc dành cho thầy Khôi trong ván thi đấu này. Gen ngu à?
Shiv and then lethality. So very creative with these starts.
Gen ngu thì ngược gen ngu.
Oh, flash in.
Okay. That flash out of Bulldog, just trying to get over
làm của T1 nè, T1 win tổng nè, bú cho đẫm. Bên tôi đang có mãi khuyến anh em nhá. Nhớ thăm nhà. Bây giờ đang làm bên O. O anh em nhá. Bên chữ O anh em nhá. Chắc anh em biết bên đấy rồi đúng không? Nổi tiếng mà. Ây da, cái gì đấy hả Lip ơi. Khá là càn lộ. Tính ra là khởi đầu bên phía EDG cũng khá là sợ. Ui rồi vừa mới nói xong nha. CL Hao đốt. Đó là đi. Bố lại thầy.
You can really see how tough the matchup is or can be for Kiana. Stunned and then the miasmas put down.
On bây giờ làm kiểu cũng khó tìm người phết đấy chứ. Kiểu người ta toàn chơi rồi ấy. Thôi 2-0 à. Bù đo liệu rằng đi không? Rất quyết tâm bên phía của EL. Đúng như thầy bảo nhá. Đó là O anh em nhá. Anh em yêu quý ủng hộ tôi một O đây.
Yeah, this Tarzan guy's pretty good. What do you know? Yep, gets the kill onto Kiana, links up mid laner, then gets a Scuttle Crab, then instantly uses that to ult in onto mid lane to punish Bulldog with no flash, and links up with his support to do so. Pretty good level of play, if I do say so myself.
Rồng lửa với rồng gió một bên à? À thế à, em có biết đâu thầy. Thế à, em lại tưởng là thầy đơn mình rồng gió cơ. Em lại không biết là thầy đi theo kiểu theo nhánh. Thế là nó là lửa, gió à? Thế còn cái nhánh còn lại là hóa kỹ nước với cả cái điện hả bác? Ít mạng không à? Có đấy, khả năng ít mạng đấy. Khóa 150 củi trong đấy à? Nhưng bác làm gì nhỉ? Có làm gì mờ áo đây? Tôi thấy nghi nhá. Ui dồi ôi, 4 thằng tiến tới nhắm vào xanh. Đơn giản đi bộ về thôi. Red tao đứng chặn đầu. Phóng một nèo cái gì đây? Thằng Tuất này. Thế là khả năng gieo sảnh đến B ấy thầy ạ. Đi B bây giờ nó chuồn đến đâu cứ thể bảo chỉ suốt thôi.
So EDG have 3 pickaxes. They might need to start using them to dig out of the hole of this series, or just go further in and hide because it's really not working out too well.
Gió lửa hoa kỹ à?
So far in this series, they rotate so many people.
Thế là bú ngọt luôn. Em lại tưởng đi thầy đi quả chọn rồng thôi X5 cơ. Em tưởng thầy chọn quả đấy cơ thì nó khó. thì
Not
thôi
your
ơi.
turn anymore. The Renekton didn't make it. Cassante got there first, which is really important. Like, you want the Renekton to be there
Nó
at
so
this
sánh
part
ấy
of the
chứ không phải
game.
so
He's
thằng
not there.
thằng chữ O đâu.
Kiana separated from his team. Much better played by AL.
Yeah, and I
Nên anh
think
em
that's
thăm
very
nhà nhá anh em nhá.
for that blind hook attempt. But I wonder how much of this is just the fact that this EDG team is under so much pressure.
Thôi bác bảo ơi, thôi bác bảo cho em con đường làm ăn cái.
One individual game win, 0-4 in the series, staring 0-5 in the face. And when things aren't going well, and in the early goings of the game, you're down.
Lương em có 10 triệu thầy ơi.
Wonder how much of that is somebody has to
Thầy
make
nói
a
câu
play
nữa
that I
em
have
bị
to
đuổi
be the
việc
guy
luôn
to
đấy.
try to do.
Yep. Who is that going to be? Going to be ZDZ on this Renekton? He's had a very quiet series. All of EDG so far have. Tarzan's lead hasn't gotten any bigger, but Shanks has. He's got a 1.2k lead. He's already got the rower stacking up. Has 2 stacks on Dark Seal too. It's going to be a while before EDG start to complete these first items. You can see ZDZ and Xiaohao are doing that,
Turn.
Shanks.
A good turn from Bulldog, and he's going to drop everything on the Shanks to get
Đang
some
kẹt hả?
damage back. Can't even start his recall because of that.
Đang
noxious
kèm nhất
poison
quyết là
blast.
muốn quay lại trực tiếp NBA.
Bulldog's gonna show up in the mid lane, help get the shove in here, and force Bulldog to miss.
Tôi bảo là sang bên khác làm nhưng mà lão sợ.
Yep.
Lão chỉ muốn quay lại trực tiếp NBA thôi nhưng mà
Cassiopeia as a champ has just been so strong recently.
lão cũng
She's
không
so
vội.
fast and does a ridiculous amount of damage, and Shanks has been performing pretty well so far this split.
Còn vợ thế chơi được tầm từ Tết đến giờ ấy. Từ Tết âm đến giờ ấy.
That he's got these picks that are, you know, not only the pocket picks like the Silas that he'll bring out, but he's also got the meta picks like the Cass that he can just do this on, where he's up nearly 1,500 gold in a matchup that is, it is tough, but is it 20 CS down tough? I'm not exactly sure. Bulldog struggling in this series so far and in this lane.
Chung là đang kẹt
Không
vội giống tôi. Tôi bao giờ giống đang kẹt thì tôi cũng chả vội. Tôi giờ rất đang kẹt thì tôi đéo bia cho cái bên cặc nào hết, tôi lên tôi xin donate. Ngày kiếm 100.000 xong đi làm văn phòng xong. Còn mẹ này EDG 2 van như một. Bên dưới bằng trụ hốp phải tập dốc biến bỏ chạy. Kia đi vào clip sống. Nhưng mà bây giờ EL đang muốn tấn công của tuyến dưới, họ sẽ quay xe nhắm vào vị trí của EDG. KL sẽ là người cắt cử đi ra trước. Và bây giờ vào đất về liệu rằng kịp không đây? Không có tầm nhìn bên phía EL. Và Lip đang dịch chuyển, đã quét. Chính xác là Duze Mắc cũng không thể tiếp cận được và rất đi về được thành công. ZDZ tiến lên muốn tiếp cận với chiếc tạc răng nhưng mà xanh người ta hóa đá đẹp. Quay ngược trở lại một cú bắt choáng của ZDZ, ta phải lên bàn điểm số tình huống chết chay. Brit thì sẽ thực hiện một tình huống bọc đầu và anh ta giữ chân vị trí Bulldog lại. Tiếp tục là một màn hạ sát đến từ vị trí của Pantheon.
It's getting to that stage again, Yanni. They lost one dragon, but it's feeling just like game number 1 with 13 minutes in, 3k lead. AL are kind of just running away with this. Hope gets a 1-for-1 in the dive. And then Shanks and Tarzan are doing so much work.
Em nhớ thăm nhà nhá, bú mãi khuyến nhá.
Up and stopping ZDZ from getting in, stopping Xiaohao from doing anything. What's the soul of this game? A lot better.
Còn nhá bác thể thao tổng hợp ơi. Thua cái LCB à, thua là rõ.
That's all is pretty scary. We are a while away, but I think that AL are going to be a little bit more encouraged to go for the dragons in this. Look at the flashes.
Nhớ thăm nhà anh em nhé. Nhà đang game trên khung chat. Tôi mới chuyển sang ngôi nhà mới. Mới có nhà mới đầu tư nên là anh em chuyển qua nhà này giúp tôi. Mấy hôm nay là kém hiệu suất quá. Phải lộn nó sạch. Thêm một túi LV à? Game này hình như là có một chút tiến bộ dành cho EDG. Bây giờ mới có 4k3 vàng trên lệch không? Đăng kết hả? Không biết là con vợ lúc nào mới quay trở lại đây. Tôi rủ bố ấy đi làm mãi, bố ấy không muốn đi làm. Cứ có bên nào tuyển rổ là tôi lại phím cho đăng kết, nhưng mà đăng kết không hứng thú. Đăng kết bảo là chỉ làm cho trực tiếp NBA thôi. Còn khuyến mại đầu 60 không slam mà còn nhá bác Bobby ơi. Anh em thăm nhà anh em ơi. Đang nghĩ cùng chat nhá. Đợt sang 4 mùa hả? Đợt sang 4 mùa này, mà sang mấy hôm thì mẹ bị quỵt lương luôn. 4 mùa nó sập. Nhưng mà đợt đấy thì sập chung mà. Đợt đấy tôi cũng bị thằng khịa cà nó quỵt.
Back at live, looks like Perukia actually is the one who got the herald and then was taken down directly after. Now Breathe in the bot lane, doing okay in the matchup.
Trực tiếp không hả? Giọng tôi giống đăng két rồi.
I mean, herald secured for Perukia. Yeah, he had to die for it, but that's an objective.
You'll take it at this point. With the way that the series has gone, for EDG game 1 being
đăng két còn lâu comeback em ơi. Mà đợt này nó đang căng mà. Làm web mới thấy kiểu khó thế nào ấy. Mà bây giờ làm web cũng sợ cơ. Đéo bên lúc nào nó quỵt, lúc nào nó uy tín. Mà thì mẹ mấy thằng web như nhiều chỗ mẹ nó giữ lương 15 ngày. Tức là tối đa anh em sẽ mất 45 ngày lương. Vãi cả lịt 45 ngày lương xong rồi làm cho hai chỗ bị quỵt liên tục 90 ngày, 3 tháng à? Đúng rồi bác Phan Chi ơi. Đợt đấy tôi làm cho thằng khịa cà fake thôi. Thằng khịa cà 247. Nhưng mà cũng mất có mấy ngày lương thôi. Mất tầm 8 ngày. Nhưng mà đợt đấy tôi vừa làm liên minh, tôi vừa làm bóng rổ bên thằng khịa cà đấy. Nên là một ngày tôi cũng chỉ làm được một trận rổ thôi. Nên là tôi cũng không bị mất nhiều tiền cho cái thằng khịa cà. Thằng khịa cà đợt đấy đang PR cho thằng V9. Mình là cờ khó khịa cà. Sờ làm bị thằng nào quyến lương cho nhiều nhá. Nói chung là làm nghề này thì mẹ quyệt lương dễ không ấy mà. Nhưng tốt nhất là anh em làm đàng hoàng chính quy đây. Bình luận viên bây giờ hết thời anh em ơi. Bình luận viên thật là bây giờ không có chỗ chân. Đặc biệt là những anh em newbie nhá. Những anh em newbie, những anh em mà chưa có fan sẵn, chưa người xem sẵn thì thôi, lo học hành tử tế đi anh em ơi. Đừng mơ mộng bình luận viên. Bởi vì bây giờ nó cầu nhiều hơn cung rồi. Một thằng nó đăng bài tuyển là chỉ cần 1 phút sau là có người ứng tuyển ngay. Mà nó chọn những cái thằng VIP chứ những cái thằng timer nó chọn làm gì, đúng không? Hội quá à, hình như là bị xích rồi.
EDG are struggling in this
Vãi
series.
cả đá cờ.
I am going to come out and say that I do not think they will be getting their win today. but showing some signs of
Làm cái tay trái được không có đủ thời gian không? Khả năng là cũng đủ đấy bác Luân Huỳnh ấy, nhưng mà tại vì em coi cái nghề này là nghề phụ. Bởi vì em đang còn đi làm văn phòng nữa nên là nhiều khi nó cũng không sắp xếp được 3 công việc cùng lúc. Bây giờ em đang làm 2 việc thì may ra còn làm được. Anh em thăm nhà tôi nhé anh em nhé. Đang có mãi khuyến anh em ơi. Cung nhiều hơn cầu hả? Bây giờ bình luận viên thất nghiệp một đống. Bình luận viên bây giờ mấy trăm thằng thất nghiệp rồi. Làm gì có bên nào tuyển đâu. Bây giờ nó dẹp hết rồi anh em ơi. Ông làm lĩnh vực gì à? Tôi làm bên sale bạn. Bán mấy camera AI. Nói chung là bình luận viên bây giờ nó hết thời rồi anh em ơi. Tôi thật nha, bên LOL lậu là tôi cũng có một tí gọi là người xem rồi. Mà thì mẹ đợt vừa rồi thất nghiệp hơn 20 ngày. Anh em biết phải khó như thế nào đấy. Khó như thế nào đấy mà view vùng của tôi đồng phết đấy chứ. Chứ bây giờ mà không có người xem sẵn thì xác định thất nghiệp dài. Mà có việc rồi thì cũng chưa chắc mừng đâu nha. Có việc rồi nó cũng biết đâu một ngày nó lại không trả lương thì sao đúng không? Ví dụ như nó bị tóm nó không trả lương thì sao đúng không? Đó là lý do khách quan chẳng hạn. Thì họ còn mẹ thằng EDG rác rưởi của LPL. Anh em thăm nhà tôi một tí anh em ơi, đăng ký trên chat ấy. Cho tôi gọi là có tí hiệu suất đi. Ui sao thằng cây eo này trâu phết đấy chứ nhở. Và rất là người có được mạng tràn lên đến từ vị trí Brit, anh ta hơi đột độc phóng một eo giữ chân vị trí Brit, lại thế giới bùng nổ tung ra thêm một nhịp bắt choáng nữa. Có đớp nộ lên từ Redstone và Brit anh ta đâm thẳng vào và Redstone phải nằm xuống, nhưng mà ít nhất thì cũng đổi được mạng. Tăng trưởng kill.
Okay, pretty ambitious Baron. It actually went down really slowly. I said that you needed to wait until the cast was here, and they did, and it still was slow.
Khá là bất ngờ. Muốn vẽ cái gì cũng được. Eo rồi dồn bao nhiêu thứ vào thằng support mà mãi nó mới chết ạ.
And Breathe, despite holding down the front line, is taking so much damage from this Varus. Hope as well gets flashed on and killed very, very quickly by Xiaohao. A really well executed fight from EDG. AL. And they are far enough ahead that they don't lose the game off of a play, but if they did lose
23 phút và 25 xác, 4k vàng về mặt chênh lệch. Biết đâu lại bất ngờ giành bên phía EDG. Nhìn chung thì cơ hội vẫn còn. Nếu như mà họ còn bắt đẹp, đặc biệt đó là CL2 anh ta mở với quả thế giới bùng nổ được tung ra. Còn dòng tiếp theo sẽ là con dòng gió thôi. Dòng gió là tính ra cũng không phải quá ngon dành bên phía của AEL nhỉ. Tầm này thì EDG họ có thể bỏ được con rồng tiếp theo. Căn bản nếu như mất rồng mà họ combat thua và cái con Baron thì khả năng cũng sẽ là tạm biệt luôn dành bên phía EDG. Bây giờ thì họ cũng đã có một rồng rồi. AL mới có 2 thôi. Thì có thể bỏ được con rồng gió thứ tư. Also, Shanks not being able to participate in that fight. He is most of the gold for AL, most of the actual impactful gold, because he was separated from his team there.
wasn't able to do a whole lot. Very interesting build, no tier on the cast. It's Roa, Rocket Belt, and Actualizer. Kind of Rise build, to be honest. We've seen some Rises go towards the Rocket Belt, but also still no tier, which Rise would also go. So I'm a little confused about this build. Actualizer will do a lot of damage.
EL họ sẽ kéo con rồng này ra và chưa thấy được sự can thiệp bên phía EDG lúc này. Họ cần phải cố diễm máu đối phương đã. Đủ giây máu tung ra, đá quét được hai người, tối hậu thư được gửi, Lip anh ta bị rất nhiều sát thương dồn vào, hóa đá rất đẹp đến từ vị trí của xanh luôn. Đội hình của EDG họ đang chạy toán loạn, vẫn còn một máu đến từ CL để sống sót. ZDZ anh ta bơi ra, nhưng mà đằng sau anh ta đang có cực kỳ nhiều người, 4 thành viên bên phía EL và độc thì được nhổ liên tục. ZDZ quay ngược trở lại và anh ta sẽ hy sinh. Sao nó không cắt và sắt để bơi đi chỗ khác nhỉ? Quay lại làm cái gì vậy ta?
This is pretty close. If anyone shows up at all, this wouldn't be possible to do. But Xiaohao is able to get the dragon to himself.
30 xác nhẹ nhàng. Lỡ ngờ lại ra quả tăng trưởng tham. Chúng ta sẽ cùng được xem về tình huống này. Một tình huống vòng ra từ phía cánh đến từ vị trí gây eo. Và tối hậu thư vào đầu của Lip. Hóa đá được quá nhiều người. EDG không có một chút kháng cự nào trong pha giao tranh này cả.
And that's where most of the gold, like we were saying before, is EDG can't get away. He just tries to dash in and do what he can. Maybe he can get a pick, but he'll just fall down.
Felt like AL were kind of leaning back in their chairs, and after that fight near the Baron, they.
Bây giờ thì tôi đang làm cho bên O anh em nhé, bên chữ O anh em nhé. Anh em nếu như mà yêu quý thì rất mong anh em mở giúp tôi nhé. Tôi có tí hiệu suất cái. Thăm nhà anh em ạ, đang ghi trên khung chat. Chính nó đấy thầy à? Chính nó đấy. Một quả siêu bom tung ra, Lip là còn một máu và ai cả liều. Victor thì bây giờ ta mới về và một mega sẽ sớm có ở bên phía của EL, thậm chí là họ đang muốn lấy cả 2 mega. Baron thì đang ở dưới chân và kéo dài 2 phút nữa cơ. Một khoảng thời gian đẹp như mơ để cho bên phía EL có thể endgame được. Lip thì bắn không có nhiều đam cho lắm. Phía bên kia thì pha nhau một tí, CL va nhau với vị trí của EL. Và anh ta sẽ nằm xuống với 1 đối 1. Lip anh ta bị bế với chơi khô máu. Lip sẽ nằm xuống, xanh cũng đi luôn. Mất rất nhiều người bên phía của EL cũng như là EDG. 2 đánh 3. Và bây giờ có mỗi mình vị trí của một đội anh ta có đam thôi. Họ chưa muốn lùi về. Họ đã muốn dứt điểm trận đấu này với tỷ số đó là 2-0. Khiến chơi dáng rất nhiều thứ được dồn vào. Bulldog còn 1 máu. Có chuyển hóa năng lượng, vẫn đang đào góc đến từ vị trí của Bulldog và chưa giết được tạc răng. sẽ có được chiến thắng này. Một mình Bulldog anh ta bất lực phòng ngự và Kia sẽ đi không? Kia sẽ đi, Bulldog cũng sẽ đi. Sợ bị khóa à? Buồn thế nhờ. Sao lại chỉ có mấy thằng trên núi? Kiểu nó phổ biến quá rồi à?
They looked unstoppable. Breathe looks comfortable on the team right now. Some great TPs in game 1. Some pretty good frontlining in game 2. And I think that there should be no question that this team is contesting the top.
No doubt about it. We need to talk about how we need to see Breathe on these carries, show up a little bit more, get a little bit more opportunity. Game 2, they put him on the tank. Game 1, he got counterpicked after the Gnar came out. That early, and he wasn't asked to do a whole lot. That early lane was tough for him, but otherwise played quite well. And that's really the only question mark that we have about this team, outside of can Hope play the weak side well. And in 2 games of playing weak side, he played pretty well. Now again, it is EDG. We're now 0-5. They are the worst team in Group Ascend. So, not a whole lot you can really take from it. But given the way AL's other matches have gone, this is still good signs. They can get it done against anybody. They can, destroy EDG seemingly at will, and it feels like they'll be able to do so to a large part of this league. They are looking to be the top 2 team that we know that they were in 2025 and have the potential to be, but haven't necessarily lived up to that in 2026. A little bit of a late bloom in this season. We'll have to see what changes on the horizon will do to affect this team, because if they can keep it this way and keep up what they're doing, happy to send them to Worlds again and have similar expectations to maybe last year.
MVP for this series, I think, has to be Tarzan. Not only game 1, but game 2 was unbelievable, an unbelievable performance from him. So to have not only the Nefiri, but the Pantheon 2 just completely pop off. What an excellent performance from the Star Jungler. Going through an interview right now. Shouldn't be too long before we get to the post graphics, and then see who is the MVP for the series as well. But I think there's no choice. I think Tarzan had such an amazing series.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can we give player of the game of game 2 to Shao?
No.
Why not?
Because
he deserves it, man. He tried.
Is him.
He tried. He deserved it. He put in a really good effort out there. Can we at least give him an honorable mention for being proactive with these kills? Listen, the rest of the team collapsed around him, but he got his.
We can give an S MVP. If you've played Marvel Rivals before,
No.
you'll know what I'm talking about.
No.
Someone will know. The MVP
What
on
does
the
it stand
losers.
for?
I actually have no idea what it means. I don't know what MVP stands for, but it's just what you give to the other team, and I can see that. I don't mind it. Yeah, this is to be expected as an outcome for this series. I don't think anyone is super surprised. Obviously, EDG are unhappy. They've got a lot to work through. They're the team so far in Group Ascend that is struggling the most after all of those crazy change-ups with a bunch of new teams coming into Group Ascend. EDG still winless, which is not where you want to be at all.
EDG's next game won't be until next Wednesday, so they will have some time to iron out some of the kinks and maybe take a new approach. The bad news is it is against Top Esports, which is not going to be an easy feat. In fact, week 3 for EDG, Jay was kind of brutal. They go up against Top Esports on Wednesday. Then next Friday, they'll go up against JDG. And then the next day, next Saturday, the 8th of August, is BLG. I just don't know where you're going to potentially find a win. I think their next potential win could be against LGD.
Yeah,
Maybe, and that's not until week 4, August 14th. I mean,
tough week coming up for sure.
Yeah, that's a pretty brutal stretch of Top Esports, JDG, who again, as we said, they're dealing with their own stuff right now. BLG, and then into AL again. I don't know, man. For AL, this stretch is quite a bit easier. Thunder Talk tomorrow, Team WE next Thursday, and then LGD on Saturday the 8th. So perhaps seeing AL extend an undefeated streak rather far, actually, looking very far into the future. Next time they're playing against a top 4 team isn't until week 5.
Good damage coming out from Bulldog and Leave, but not enough compared to the damage that Tarzan and Hope and Shanks were coming out with. Bulldog, the only person who's even remotely close. Great drafting from AL, great team play from AL. I don't think that there's too much to really pull from this series, other than AL are a really good team and will kick your butt when they're better than you. And Tarzan is really good. That's what I got from this series.
Yeah, and what's really funny about Tarzan being really good is this is something that you could have gotten from the Top Esports series too. You know, I mean, he played really excellent in that series. He's playing excellent League of Legends right now as a whole. And again, a lot of that is just because they're able to link up with Kyle. This duo of Tarzan Kyle is one of the best duos, not only in the LPL, but one of the best jungle support duos in the world. We saw it last year. We are seeing it now here in Split 3 against some better competition than EDG. I hate to say it that way, but there's really no other way to put it. So I'm just looking to see these guys continue to do crazy stuff and keep this momentum up against, you know, the next time they play BLG, the next time they play Top Esports, even Team WE, who are all of a sudden a very, very scary team, and be potentially torchbearers for the region internationally once again.
Yep. It's kind of crazy, the WE, which we will be seeing later on tonight, just a little bit. But I also think Breathe has had a good series tonight. And I think that that's very important because he played against, I believe it was Wenbo on BLG, and I wasn't super impressed with that performance from either of them, but Breathe feels like he stepped up in this series at least. He still hasn't, you know, fully got there in terms of like where AL were, in my opinion, but he's getting pretty close. I am a fan of how Breathe has looked, and I think he's going to continue to grow really well in this team. Hey, look, one EDG highlight.
Yep, this was the one fight, and again, we talked about it in a game, or in this game earlier, with that wayward play in the topside jungle. EDG can still punish when things are, you know, you're being a little too aggressive, and you know there's a favorable fight for them.
Look at this.
They can punish you regardless of how far ahead you are. Back to your Breathe point, you know, it is pretty great to see that he's doing quite well on this team to kick things off. As good as Flandra as a player is, things were just not working with this AL team and him anymore, which is a shame because of how good this team was in 2025. You know, we aren't going to see him tonight, I don't think, but could see him down the line for a certain three-letter team that is playing in the very next series.
Maybe. Who knows? You'll have to tune in to watch.
Or you can just follow people on Twitter and see all the rumors.
Tarzan, player of the game. Makes sense. This should be Tarzan, player of the series. It's very simple.
How would he... I'm looking for a scenario where somebody would get double player of the game but not player of the series. I don't really think that could ever conceivably happen, but I'm like thinking, like, what would you need to do in order to not get MVP for 2 games but then get player of the series?
I think in this case, when it's a player getting both games MVP, it's not possible. But if it was like a 3-game series, you could have been MVP games 1 and 3, and you were the best performing on your loss. Could definitely see it.
Well, 6 out of 8 MVP votes in that game for Tarzan once again. This time around, a double mid lane coming out of the casters, but AI with Tarzan. So what is AI calling Pantheon? You know, we had the 100 strike hound. Okay, it doesn't say anything about the champion. Just says his Pantheon play. So if you had to name Pantheon something akin to what Neferi was named earlier, what would you name?
Was it the 100 strikes hound?
It was the 100 strike hound.
He's a human, right? He's not a god?
I
don't know.
I know League lore pretty well, but I'm calling him the aggressive phalanx, that's for sure.
Okay, so I want something with his spear.
Well, so you know what the phalanx is, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't have a phalanx,
the shield.
does
The
he?
shield. Yeah, his shield ability.
Oh,
you know where he goes
okay.
in. Yeah. So you know he's got his shield and his spear. You know, get it in the camera eventually. See, I'm Greek,
I do get
so I gotta love gotta show my love for Greek lore and
Like this.
and the phalanx. Yeah, exactly.
All right.
This reminds me I need to go get tickets to the Odyssey.
I've heard good things. All right. Yeah, I think. I mean, you were talking about to me, leave and the question mark about the majors, and I do still agree that there is a question mark there for sure, but that's a question for another day. EDG are gonna have to find something in this, group, because they are struggling. They struggled this game completely, but it's just an individual thing, right? It's not like, oh, their macro is really bad or their team fight set up so bad. Everyone was just losing everywhere.
Yeah, if you're losing everywhere, Jay Beto, you're gonna find it hard to win League of Legends. I know it's a hot take, but you need to have someone or something to hang your hat on if you're EDG, and it's just not happening at the moment. There's still, a decent bit of split to go, so maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to change their fate. A team looking to change their fate is going to be Team WE, as they are taking on BLG. Once again, have had a lot of very close series against BLG, are looking to move ahead and take a victory against the top team in the LPL. There's one thing for almost certain, Jay Beto, is that the series is likely to go 3 games. But one thing for absolutely certain is that it'll be Quacks India taking you through that series. That'll be it for us two here. We're going to take a short break, do the caster swap, and then on the other side, the series of the night and maybe one of the best series of the week, Team WE, BLG, coming at you.
and they find the pick that they needed. A massive shutdown goes the way of LGD.
That's Baron.
That's Baron buff to them. That's the whole gold lead erased in an instant. One mistake from Leave, one trigger pull from Hung, and LGD get themselves right back into it.
I wish we could zoom in on Lee's character portrait. He has Flash still available. And now EDG, all of the gold, the shutdown going over to LGD. Xiaohao with the steal.
Going in for it, not going to find it. Double knockup comes through from Chris, and this fight is gonna go from bad to worse for EDG. ZDZ trying to cut through with the
without some big tools, at least in the Weaver's Wall and the heals being burned by Perugia, as well as that flash.
And
Well, now
Wembo's
the Hex
ending
Flash
the
coming up
game.
and, yeah, you have to deal with the Yorick at some point, and they're just going to pull the Baron and do it now. Oh,
ZDZ's
they back
recall.
off.
He has to teleport into this.
50-50.
Baron's at 5,000.
Oh, Temper Fate comes in on Xiaohao. They want to try to burn the Baron while he's gone. It's going to be enough. That's going to be the Baron gone, and now it's going to be Wenbo pushing it for the game while EDG get collapsed on by the other 4 members of BLG. One big kick onto him. Maybe they get the catch out there. Depth charge coming through. They have damage back. Shun's getting low, but Xiaohao finds the hit there. Wenbo's still trying to end the game. Is EDG going to have enough left to give?
dead!
Wenbo gets the solo bolo, and Wenbo's going to finish the game. The Yorick comes from death itself and finds BLG a 1 game in this series. 1-1, we're going to 3.
He reads to me right now. We were seeing Wembo not being able to really set up. They're going to try to long chase onto ZDZ. He has flash if he needs it.
Oh, he just says, bring it, bro.
Oh!
He just takes him down, looking for the 1 and 2. He's going to find it. ZDZ said, come again, bro. People.
It is the Wild Wild West, Michelle.
Oh, they're actually going to make a play on the YCX here. A wall bang comes through onto Fungyue. Fungyue gets dragged back in. He's going to have to do something to get himself out as he gets impaled through.
Oh!
4-man knockup, and he's still alive. He's still alive. Okay, he finally dies, but that means NIP have already won the fight when all of the focus goes to the support. Shear's trying to make a hero play, but he just gets put down in the dirt. The yellow card comes through. The FPX emote comes up. A trick.
Oh, in goes a flash. Tarzan looking for the backline, finds the cease and desist on Gala, and Shanks is there to follow it up. It's a double kill for the Silas, and Xiaoshu's not able to do enough on the backline. A triple kill for Shanks. 2 members still up. A quadra kill. They're gonna give it over. A penta kill.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English broadcast, where it's Dia and Quacks back with another BLG series, as we were just 2 days ago. And Quacks, this time, things are looking a little bit different. BLG and Team WE, as Yanni said just minutes before you saw our faces, might very well be our best match of the week. There's a lot of hype around this matchup. There's a lot of hype around these 2 teams, and with AL having played just before, we've seen what teams at the top of the LPL can look like.
It's a recent history, too, Dia. I mean, going back to last split, I think BLG versus WE, both of those best of 5s in the playoffs were among the best series of potentially even the year. I think that the result of WE actually being able to, after such a tumultuous and frankly very bad regular season split in the spring, upset the top-seeded team, send them to the lower bracket, and then that long-awaited rematch in the lower bracket to see who will be going to MSI afterwards. It was really exciting to see. It was really exciting to witness. And now we're back in split number 3. It's a new meta, and only one of the players is different. So I feel like the grudge match is going to continue.
Yeah, let's take a look at the roster that we've got for Team WE. As you mentioned, this is a team that really went the distance, and I mean from basically bottom of expectations to nearly top of standings in the last playoffs. We've got Cube, Monkey, Karis, About, and Urha. Monkey, of course, has been the focus of so much when we talk about Team WE, not just in this split, but even in last split. And it's up to WE to see how much that means today and if they can change that at all. Because, yes, the strategy has been working, but it has also been the thing that has, I would say, been their most obvious weakness as well. When you have one way to win, I think a lot of people can see that not just as a strength, but also as something that you can very easily target and deconstruct. However, despite that, as you mentioned, their last playoffs was really incredible and really put WE on the map in a much more significant way than they were during the regular season. We've highlighted them in red, but the important thing about these two series is not just that WE either won and then nearly won one of them, but that this was nearly an elimination of BLG from the playoffs entirely.
It was, and I think a lot of people, now that BLG rather have changed out a man, right? We have Wembo in the top lane, are maybe putting these teams at parity. You've got WE kind of on the rise in split number 3. BLG, despite being 4-0, have not been without their struggles, and I do think look more mortal potentially than they were in split number 2. So really expect this to be a fun series. And you were talking about it, at least for WE, being the monkey show, but as of right now, I would also say that both Karis and Cube have really impressed me thus far, and I think that the trust WE as an organization have had in their solo laners to play their style has really evolved throughout the year. As we did see at the start of the year in 2026, Cube was really just a tank man. He was a role player. He was doing what the team needed him to do, and he was not complaining whatsoever. But we've been seeing more willingness from WE to put him on some of the carries, to put him on some of these more aggressive picks, and I think that Karis as well, that trust has also grown because we're seeing more of his Akali. We saw that last series when they were against EDG, and he looked phenomenal. So the overall growth of the players and the organization in those players has been really cool to see, and I think it is what has given them a successful split 3 so far.
I mean, you would have heard Quack's reference it just seconds ago, but this whole Wenbo changeup has been something that I've been really fixated on. And even coming into today, I was like, who on earth are we going to actually get playing in the top lane? Because that has been such a constant point of discussion for BLG. Right now we've got Bin, Flandre, and Wenbo all in the mix. And from week to week, I don't know, I know what Twitter is a tweet, although it's X now, and X is not an X. It doesn't matter.
No, we're still calling it Twitter.
But if you Weibo something, what is it? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
Yeah. If you
are you Weiboing it?
Yeah, I don't know. If you Weibo, okay, I've got something. We're gonna go with it for now.
I feel like we're gonna have to talk about this as the broadcast goes on.
Yes, I think so. But in all of the recent Weibuns that we have seen, there's been so much conversation about who is going to be showing up in the top lane. We do still have Wenbo today, so we have pulled the slot machine and come up Wenbo. As to who is going to come up in future weeks, not even the players seem to know.
And I do think that, to give a little bit of credit over to Wenbo, the last series that we saw of him that we cast Dia against LGD, he did look pretty good in my opinion. There were a few hiccups here and there. I think that the biggest Achilles heel weakness that I've been able to find of Wembo's play thus far has just become overextensions. I do think that some of the positioning around the team fights, especially when they're just starting out, if he gets picked off, then it really means BLG can't take the fight. That's happened a few too many times for my liking, but as we've said, willing to give him some grace just because he isn't a more experienced player, because he is coming in on super short notice with players that, frankly, are not just best in their position in terms of LPL players, but potentially best in their position in terms of players around the world. So I think that when you are stacking against them, it's pretty difficult for a LDL player to be on the same level as legitimately top of the world-class talent in your respective position.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, ourselves included, are going to be watching this series and just, in a BLG series expecting a lot from the top lane, because that's the expectation that has been set for the last 2 splits, if not longer. And yet,
right,
if I'm Wenbo, this split, these few games, they have been huge for the brand. Coming out of the LDL, you play in a top team and actually like look good against these, as you say, top laners. Whether you look as good as Bin or Flandre, honestly, is sort of immaterial. It has been a fantastic split for Wenbo so far to put himself on the map in a lot of ways, and I'm sure secure his career in the LPL for the next few years in a much more significant way. Speaking of secured careers, though, one of the matchups that we like to talk about a lot is the mid lane, because whenever BLG are playing, you know that Knight is going to make it about him. On the other side, Karis did a pretty good job of making it about him last series against EDG for WE. So there's something going on here.
Karis has absolutely, like I said earlier, been having some phenomenal series, and I just think because WE have been willing to give him the ball more often on some of those comfort picks, on those more high-octane mid laners, it has really paid off, and so we've been seeing them also be banning champions like the Cassiopeia, who ground the high-octane mid laners, who ground those mobile mids. And then on the other side, we had Knight. I will say, not to like early caster curse anything, Dia, but we were hyping up the Knight Orianna in our last series, and that went terribly. So, 11-game win streak rise. Maybe we're just ending all of the Knight crazy statistics here in our casts for BLG.
That is definitely possible, especially coming into today's matchup with WE, the nearly BLG Slayers. I would love to give them that title if they can earn it today, ideally, and in this split. If not, somebody has got to stop BLG on their way to a third split win. And WE, at least off of last time these teams faced up, do seem like the best bet. Another important note coming into today as our players take to the stage is that with this last series that AL played, a WE win here would keep them in contention for the top of the standings, and it would actually tie all three teams, AL, WE, and BLG, at the top of the standings in Group Ascend right now. If they lose here, however, BLG become a much more difficult team to touch.
And that was the expectation that we set in the LGD series, and I think the expectation that every cast has been putting forth whenever you talk about BLG. You want to see this team win every game. You want to see this team win the games convincingly because you want that top team in the LPL. You want that trust, that faith to continue when you talk about things beyond just the LPL regular season into playoffs, into potentially even worlds. It's about convincing that they are still the monsters that the entire world has to fear. And so I do think going 5-0, obviously a really good way to do that, but a loss here would maybe get some people a little bit skeptical, but it would also do a lot for Team WE, because I feel like you think back to where this team was in split number 2, just the 1-13 series scoreline looming over their heads. If they're able to beat BLG in the regular season, if they're able to tie for first, I feel like that kind of scrubs off that stain just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be feeling significantly, feeling significantly better, of course, as BLG, if you could just wipe this matchup off the face of the map like it never existed. And as WE, this is kind of your chance to complete with. That's not the thing in English that I'm looking for, but to finally make it to the point that it looked like you were about to hit last split. And a big question around WE is, yes, they've looked good so far. Are they looking as good as they were towards the end of last split? And here they very much could be. As we talked about, this series also comes with a decent amount of risk for BLG, because if they were to lose this series, not only do they become mortal, but they also become pretty easily surpassable by the other top squads like WE and AL that would be positioned right next to them in the standings. However, we've got to play Game 1 first to discover how realistic this possibility is. For that, we must go back to the draft. Cassiopeia once again banned by WE, interestingly enough, and the Orianna removed by BLG.
And then we also see the Ambessa being banned away by WE as well. That maybe signals to me that BLG or WE rather, might have some priority on potentially things like the Rumble if they wanted to go for that. Like we said in the pre-show, Dia, they have put a lot more faith in Cube to play these higher damage top laners, these more selfish, resource economy heavy top laners. So maybe points to that being a possibility. BLG, on the other hand, actually going to be the ones to ban the Ezreal, despite Viper probably being the best Ezreal in the LPL.
Seems like really respecting the flexibility that WE will have in this draft. I mean, I really am expecting Rumble to be one of the first picks that we see for WE, given that it's been left up. I don't think you want to let this go. Cube has played it the most by far in this split, but you've also got options like the Rise, and yet, Syndra is the first lock-in for WE. Why would this be?
I think they're really trying to set up for a strong mid-jungle here. We talked about Monkey a little bit in this pre-show, you know, contrary to everyone else who has been doing pre-shows with WE, talking about Monkey a lot. He really has been the focal point. Yeah, you know, just gotta say, we got their pre-show without mentioning Monkey more than a dozen times. I mean, he's been such a focal point for this team. He's talked about a lot for good reason. So I think Syndra is a good champion to set him up for that early game aggression he's so popular for. BLG, on the other hand, though, gonna pick up some main staples in the meta right now. Camille in the support role for On, and then Viper probably gonna be the one to pick up this Xerath. This is going to be his third game of the pick, and he won the other two. So just gives you a lot of that poke, gives you a lot of that safety, and also just signals to me that On will be, as per usual, leaving the lane at level 2, Dia.
Yeah, I mean, you've been very outspoken about Viper and his flexibility onto mages being a really strong point of this player. The fact that he's got Xerath theoretically, that he can use in this matchup to let On roam so much on the Camille, let him have this incredibly high impact, is fantastic. And the Poppy as a nice counter to Camille. It's not a 100% done deal that Camille isn't going to be a problem, but it does make things a whole lot easier, especially wherever Poppy is, likely in the bot lane. You are going to have at least an easier time denying her the chance to one-shot your carry. On the other hand, Rumble, the pick that we were looking for from the very beginning, finally gets locked in for WA.
So Rumble going to be the answer by Cube, and then Wembo going to respond with the Yorick in kind. This does mean that Karis is maybe setting himself up for a pretty decent lane. We can see that there are no mid lane answers by BLG unless they really want to get weird with it and place the Xerath there, which, you know, is like a 2-3% maybe a 6-7% possibility of that being the case. But we see that WE are just taking away a lot of the rough matchups for the Syndra. Akali going to be the ban. If they want to pay respects to the Night Rise that we talked about, that could also be the second ban away here. But then on the other hand, BLG just seem to be really wanting to make sure About can't get any aggressive ADCs up here to potentially pair with the Poppy. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe even see something like the Caitlyn banned away as well, just so that you aren't able to match the range and you also aren't able to set up for those traps.
Poppy has been terrorizing everyone's solo queue games recently, and it is even though, as we talked about, Camille being much stronger right now.
Comeback anh em ơi. Trước khi đến cái cặp bịp mới, anh em xin một like anh em ơi.
BLG, however, are considering their fourth pick, something that really like to see. There we go. Go to Shun if they can, just to keep the possibility of the Xerath
Randy à?
open, and I think it's nice to
Bây giờ nó trốn đi đâu ta?
Like you talked about, very unlikely that we see.
Em nghe tôi nói được không?
You want to have the threat.
Có tiếng rồi đấy. Anh em xin một like anh em ơi. Mới có 14 like thôi. Heo ơi. Tổng view ngày nay 10.000 like, 10.000 view rồi. Mới có 14 like thôi anh em ơi. Cứu tôi cái. Cho lên 30 like. Cứu anh em ơi. Cho lên 30 like cho đề xuất các kiểu này.
Poppy and Alistar, I feel like you're going to be having a rough game if you're on.
is basically make sure to leave, ward the lane, and hope that you don't run into Poppy as well. It is a lot of disengage onto the main way that BLG have to start fights, though, and that is concerning because with the amount of disengage with Sivir, with Alistar, with Poppy that you now have,
Anh em toàn thấy cửa trên đấm thôi anh em à.
actually start a fight. I know that they have Camille, but Camille can only do so much, and
Còn là BLG ngày nay có bịp nữa không?
And then the last pick going to be the Knight Rise, so gives a lot of side lane threat to BLG as well. Combining that with the Yorick just means you'll have a lot of agency around that area, and then Shun and On can kind of move into that space to make the roaming happen. But it's a tough comp, in my opinion, for BLG to pilot. I think that WE had a really good read. They do, however, in my opinion,
nhớ tham gia nhật chứng anh em nhé.
Big engager, in my opinion. I think that a lot of the oomph of this WE comp comes down to the disengage, waiting for BLG to go on to them, and then going from there to try and make a lot of your spells more potent onto the backline. But their actual ability to start up a fight might be something concerning, and we've seen so many times when teams aren't willing to pull the trigger against BLG, they will find the craziest angles to get a fight started. We saw it against LGD, where they were literally willing to trade 1-for-1 just to get a play going, and then the rest of BLG would clean house from there. They can do some downright disrespectful stuff to get the fight going, and I feel like this is a comp that kind of calls for that sort of style from them.
Now, we talked about the stakes for this matchup, BLG and WE, a matchup that WE did nearly win twice in the playoffs. Have they positioned themselves best to do it again? It's time to find out.
Anh em cho xin lên 25 like được không? Bây giờ là 16 like rồi anh em ơi. Đợi tí nhá. Chỉnh lại cái quả chữ này hơi to.
Hook shot, not landing there, so no level 1 shenanigans, which is quite surprising. I say that and immediately Shun is getting invaded on his blue buff.
Bịp LG rồi. Một khởi đầu khá xuân bên phía của team Wii. Màn kia anh ta sẽ có một cái vòng dừng thuận lợi hơn so với vị trí của Sun. Cánh trên thì với một quả Zodic thì Wenbo tôi nghĩ là tôi sẽ vote cho cái quả Zodic hơn. Cú B thì anh ta nâng lao điện thì tốc độ đẩy cũng không nhanh bằng Wenbo được. Viper thì anh ta chơi một con tướng siêu meta thời điểm này. Một con Serat cũng tương đối là hên xui ấy. Bảng xếp hạng thì bây giờ nó chủ yếu là nó cấm Serat bên Hàn Quốc đứng top đầu luôn. Và ngay ngày hôm nay thì vị trí Viper anh ta sẽ đem ra con Serat này để thử nghiệm.
Especially for the case of Shun, it's about snowballing because outside of your damage, it's very hard to get value from this Nefiri pick, whereas Monkey, if nothing happens early, he's content just playing that PL that we mentioned in draft.
One of the things that we had been pretty liberal about mentioning with Shun in their last series.
Nhìn trông thằng Duy này sáng sủa quá nhỉ.
There have been occasions this split where Shun tries to get things going a little too hard for the rest of BLG. He can overextend quite a bit, even around the mid lane, and especially with Kara's having Syndra that they first picked for WE. I could definitely see situations arising in this game where Shun gets a little bit too aggressive around the mid lane, but Karis is there significantly before Knight, and we just end up with sort of an old Yeller situation.
This definitely is a game and a comp and a situation where I think Shun is going to have to be prone to reeling it in a little bit, not being
300 vàng nghiêng bên phía của BLG. Và đây là hình như lần đầu tiên vị trí Viper đã đánh một con Serat thì phải.
So good call out there. We do see the junglers moving toward the mid lane. Just the usual gameplay of the summer split, but On actually stepping up way too far, having to burn that summoner for seemingly not really a discernible reason.
They definitely wanted to put pressure on Karos for using his teleport so early. There's not a summoner that's going to be able to be matched by Knight, who desperately needs a reset with Shun and Monkey here, as you mentioned. could see an all-out skirmish here. Remember, Knight does not have a whole lot of mana
đéo
to
nào
back
nhỉ?
this up, but Shunin On seem to be threatened
Trông
enough.
vào
Will
Huy
they
đang
be able
chữ
to crash
sáng
this
vỡ
wave?
lờ.
Only the minimap will tell.
I don't think they will be able to. Arha there to tank some of the damage from the minions as well. Karis gonna maybe try and cancel that back. Won't be able to do so, but I think overall BLG, they don't get any kind of a fight started in that mid lane, but that wasn't the goal. They just want to give Knight a bit more of a favorable wave state, given that he opted for the ghost and not the teleport. But now he's back, and now Arha is too, just pushing him off that wave, making it difficult for him to crash it once again.
Knight doesn't get the wave state he wanted, and now he's got to burn the ghost on top of it. Has Erha overextended with the back of a Karis and Monkey? It seems
no
not.
Shot, no
Ignited
flash.
the Alistair, but slammed into the wall is on, and it'll be first blood going to Karis in the mid lane.
Là Xuân.
Monkey making the difference there, showing up for.
Đéo sao ngày nay Huy được đánh giá cao như thế nhỉ? Đội hình thì nó vẫn là như vậy.
Initially to peel off his mid laner, and who flashed just about a minute ago, he goes down. So first blood goes over to WE, and it goes over to Karis as well. BLG spent so much time trying to give Knight a favorable wave state. The wave for Karis crashes, and he starts the game out with a kill, being able to get a lost chapter 5 minutes in.
I know that we
Vậy vừa đánh xe ra nhiều rồi à?
Shun overextending in the mid lane quite often.
Bây giờ thì đang có chương thực thiết. Đủ dưới móc tung ra. Tôi nghi ngờ thằng Huy nó thắng game này lắm anh em ơi. Mà thằng Huy nó cũng đã từng nhiều lần làm rồi, chứ không phải không đâu nhá. Hôm nay thì anh em có thể canh một quả 2-1 dành cho team Huy, hoặc là 2-0. Bú cho đẫm anh em ạ. Mà khả năng về rất cao luôn.
So far, I haven't seen a ton of action here in bot lane, but I feel like that's exactly what both of these AD carries want. They just want to scale and chill until the late game.
Cube's been suffering up in the top lane, and Shun recognizing it, wanted to go for a gank, now ends up walking into the river as Equalizer will burn away the rest of this wave, mitigating a lot of the threat that Wenbo would otherwise have on top lane towers. Still, though, it is WE winning around the top side. They are small wins, but they keep their top laner alive. They got Scuttle Crab early on. This is looking good for WE, and it's up to an aggressive play from On to turn this around. Maybe he's found it, as indeed Urha will fall, and Knight is here.
Trận này đánh nhau khá là năng nổ luôn đấy chứ. Trong che Nobita à? Nhìn thấy BLG để đánh bịp thật sự.
For sure worth it for WE, by the way. I mean, another kill onto Karis versus On being the one to get that kill. And now Wenbo
tự dưng lại thành chủ gì nhỉ?
Takes a few too many turret shots, has to back away. But like we saw in that play earlier, I feel now if Karis can push out this wave, or they can find something to give him a good back, he should actually get first item. So this is a very early power spike coming through from the Syndra, and I'm interested to see when and how they're going to be moving him around the map. We've got Grubs in about 45 seconds. Dragon's been up for some time, but On has been controlling a lot of this neutral space, even at the cost of his own life at times, as we've seen in this game. It does, however, make some of these flashless targets on WE.
Như thế này mà thế đéo là chị được lại cho thằng BLG rate cân so với thằng Team Huy được nhỉ? Tôi đang rất thắc mắc. Ví dụ như HDC là tăng trưởng 6,5 độ bên phía Team Huy thì dễ hiểu. Nhưng mà quả rate nó lại cho cân nhau anh em ạ.
Worked out really well. The Sivir has taken care of herself, and Urha has matched On almost every step of the way, making sure that even against this immobile mid laner, there's not a lot of threat that BLG can output.
Có cái gì đấy mờ ám ở đây. 3 con sâu thì bây giờ cũng sẽ ra. Và Monkey thì anh ta cũng đã đứng chờ sẵn. On thì bây giờ có mặt, Navi cũng có mặt. Monkey thì anh ta không có trừng phạt để ăn nhanh được. Và Viper thì lại có được khoảng trống khu tuyến dưới này để đẩy những lớp giáp trụ. Rumble sẽ là người được cắt cử ra để phòng ngự. Và Team Huy họ sẽ ăn chọn 3 con sâu một cách dễ dàng. Mày ảo thế à BLG ơi. Wow. Đó là những giọt tinh đến từ Viper. Và cấu đi 1/2 lượng máu của Cube. Và Cube thì anh ta cũng bắn luôn một quả mưa tên lửa ra. Tuyến trên thì bây giờ hai tay vòng ở tuyến sau. Nhưng mà Weibo thì anh ta đang đầy máu. Băng trụ nổi không đấy? 3 người. Monkey thì bây giờ cũng đã tới rồi. Bú được dương lên đẩy vị trí của Weibo về. Để làm cái gì nhỉ? Để làm cái gì nhỉ? Sao lại đẩy thằng Weibo về làm gì ta? Để cho nó không ăn được kinh nghiệm lính à? Hay là như nào? Không hiểu. Bao bắn thì cũng chưa thấm cho lắm. Bắn mãi mất hết 1/3 cây vị trí của Weibo thôi. Anh em xin một like anh em nhá. Giúp tôi lên 30 like anh em ơi.
High speeds of alacrity is going to be jetting straight toward the bot side because now there might be a play in mid.
Xin like đã khó như này, không biết là xin donate thì khó cỡ nào. Khả năng
good idea there from Monkey to try and cover the dive, but he's unfortunately doesn't really get off any of his damage either, so Chuyên is just going to be able to walk away.
Có cái thằng lầu chôn nào thì mẹ lại còn bỏ like nữa đây. Xin từ 17 xuống thành 16 like ạ. Cái lổn má ít có ác đi nha. Xin một like em ơi.
And then doesn't have the steadfast presence, so isn't actually able to cancel some of the mobile setup there from Chuyên. Really only just has the hook shot or has the
cái này hả? MNLW mới có ổn không?
Good look there from Chuyên punishing what was, I would say, an overstay from Monkey trying to make that dive work when it very clearly wasn't going to. Wenbo is still, like you said, very tanky, and after the
hy vọng là không bị.
time of knocking him from the turret, I feel like it was a gamble to
cuối game thì thằng Huy ok mà.
And not just assume Wenbo might reset.
Really wanted to take down the maiden there, and actually having done it, could go for a lot more. Wenbo not very powerful without his ultimate available. Knowing that, is going to get to push the advantage in top lane. It looks like BLG want to push their own down here as Dragon has finally been leashed, but will it be able to be finished? Karus is roaming over, On knows this is happening, jumps over the wall onto him, no level 6 yet, but Knight pops the ghost to run down this Syndra who is currently very low. Knight's going to continue going for this, Urha is coming over, will he get there in time to save his mid laner? He will not, On! Now the focus of this Alistar, while Monkey tries to reject
Monkey khá là trầu nai mất tốc biến, bắn liên tục đến từ vị trí của Erbao. Và BLG thì họ đã đang lời trong tình huống trao đổi vừa qua khi mà Kerit là người nằm xuống. 2k4 dành cho bên phía BLG rồi. Tôi chưa hiểu sao ngày hôm nay Huy đánh như vậy mà cái lại cho bằng red quả MNL là như nào nhỉ? Không hiểu thực sự là như vậy anh em ạ. Dòng đầu tiên sẽ là một con dòng nước. Và bây giờ thì bên phía TV họ sẽ chủ động hơn. Game này thì khả năng sẽ là gia tăng trưởng tham rồi. Bây giờ mới ăn con dòng đầu tiên mà thậm chí là cũng chưa thể chót lọt bên phía TV được. Thậm chí là con rồng này phải nhường lại cho bên phía BLG khi đang có động thái biến về dành cho TV lúc này. Chính xác là như vậy à? Tự dưng lại có món quà quê.
There are gold leads across the board for BLG right now. I think that Wenbo is the one matchup. Yes, that is not true, and even his matchup going pretty well. BLG are running the rift 13 minutes into the game.
Hay làm tí giveaway nhỉ? Nào lên 50 like giveaway một lốp đấy.
going for resets and redeploys off of that dragon, so there really is no
Giờ đang có 19 like, 21 like à?
Will end up getting out of there at the end of the day, but
Có tí tiền thì anh em like nhanh thật.
we saw some really solid game skirmishing from Team WE, but BLG ever since then, and ever since I feel the lane assignments have gotten a little bit more muddy, they have been so good about maneuvering around the map. And you know, one thing you can always credit Shun and On for is their persistence. We talked about the results of their aggressive play being somewhat mixed in this split so far, Dia, but one
Vẫn
thing
dừng lại con số 22.
is regardless of result, they keep trying.
And you know what?
Bọn này đánh siêu chậm luôn đấy chứ.
You know, is it the definition
Cảm giác như
of
thằng
insanity,
BLG nó
though?
cố lắm rồi.
But the
Nó
result is
cố để cho bên phía Team Win thắng nhưng mà không
it
được.
feels more like gambling than insanity.
Yes, definitely much more gambling.
Team Win quá ngu.
We're despite whatever allegations you may have heard, still in a very sane spot in the LPL. Monkey, despite that, not looking too safe in his own jungle, and Urha, knowing that there are two people in the jungle right then, still wants to try and take up space against On and Shun. Shun gonna get away with a few of the Raptors, actually even steal the majority of that camp, but On is the one that gets engaged on. Still has hookshot to get away over the wall.
Nhìn bịp quá rồi đấy On nha. Tiếp tục là dừng búa lên nhắm vào vị trí của ai? Nhắm vào cả hai người đến vị trí Monkey. Cũng là hợp lý khi mà ớp bao thì thấp máu tình huống vừa qua. Làm quá nguy hiểm.
I think it was very difficult for Monkey to actually get involved there, and if that ultimate was dodged like it had been previously from the Nefiri, if something went awry, that could have very easily been more gold into the pocket of the BLG jungler, who now has a 2-level lead, Dia, at 15 minutes into the game. We complimented Monkey's early aggression and being able to make it difficult for Shun to get ahead, but ever since that first kill, the dive onto Karis, he has just been growing this gold lead exponentially.
It's gonna get even more difficult now. Tower came down in the bot lane. That is first tower over tonight, who already had a gold lead. Keeping an eye on it now, just about 1,000 golds. A ridiculous lead for Knight to have, given that he was the one laning against a 2-0 terrifying City.
Và K8 trông có vẻ như cũng không có hy vọng dành cho bên phía của Team Win trong game này. Trừ khi là late rồi.
Sitting up here a bit too confidently with Wenbo, knowing he can go on him at any time. We've still got Realm Warp available, but Urha is in the area to cover his mid laner.
Right, and Rift Herald, Rift Herald was taken, but nobody has the eye in their inventory. Did no one pick up Rift Herald? Hang on, there's a fight started. We're going to talk about that later.
Shot again, does get a stun connected on it. Stalling on for long enough that he will be the first to fall. Will he be the last though? BLG gonna get dove here. Realm Warp takes them out to safety, but leaves Knight alone under the tower while Shun and Wenbo get away. Knight pops the ghost, actually manages to sprint it down into Karis, taking him out, and the rest of BLG, realizing they can turn the fight, start moving in. Wenbo sees Urha low, Shun's on the flank, and Viper coming from afar is gonna snipe Urha out of existence. WE shepherded out of the top lane aggressively. End up going 2 for 1 against BLG.
But Viper there just, you know, calling Alistair ground beef. He is both in the ground and a very beefy individual, so he ends up getting a freebie to top that play off as we go into the replay here. Good setup there from Arha, good hook shot there from On, but distance not really able to be covered regardless of that. And then the equalizer to follow up. I think what really breaks it here for BLG is the playpen from Wenbo. So creating that extra terrain allows for the Realm Warp to actually be completed, gives BLG some distance and some time over to Viper to get involved in this fight with the right of the Arcane. A lot of credit to the former, I should say.
Em Viper vẫn trưởng chuẩn như ngày nào. 5k5 vàng rồi. Cố gắng bám víu con rồng bên phía Team Win trông khổ thực sự. Sun bây giờ cũng đã đến nơi. Một mình Sun lạc lõng nhưng không sao cả. Đội hình bên phía Team Win họ cũng không dám tiến lên. Monkey tên bị làm 11/2 cây máu và vẫn có rồng bên phía Team Win.
To
this time not just take the dragon, but take out on once again. This Camille constantly punished just for stepping foot on the map. The snipe comes through from Viper, but this time will not kill through the locket.
No, it won't. So another freebie onto On, and you know, like we keep saying it, he keeps looking for plays. The results may vary, but the consistency and the persistence to keep doing it.
BLG ngày nay có vẻ như là không bịp giống như cặp đấu lần trước khi mà gặp Team Quy. Đéo hiểu sao có thể lên quả rate 1.7 đấy anh em ạ. Giỏi thật. Tư duy ngược à? Ai ngờ ngày hôm nay thằng LPL nó lại liêm thế nhở? Có khi nào ngày nay LPL chưa đến 6 giờ là hết không? Nghi lắm nha.
They do, and I think the big difference maker really has been Viper. I think that the right of arcane damage he's been able to dish out has been really crucial, because not only has it provided damage for BLG, but it also removes a champion that WE can target, right? Because he's so far away, he's completely separated himself from the fight. It's basically a 4v5, but you can only get, because you can only get 4 of those members.
Khả năng game 2 có thể vào thằng TV được. Nhưng nhìn thằng BLG đã bịp nhá. Nếu hiểu sao 5 cả từ vàng mà cách biệt có đúng một mạng. Thằng chó này lúc nào nó cũng bán quả HDC.
Is adding up here now as the kills are somewhat even, but the gold is anything but. A 5,000 gold lead here for BLG as WE are going to look to try and close it by picking off On for what feels like the billionth time, but he will get away.
Em nhớ thăm nhà nhá. Với cả cho xin một like em ạ. Kênh tôi thiếu like quá. Tổng ngày hôm nay cũng hơn 10.000 view mới được có 20 like ạ. Tỷ lệ xem chùa là 99%. Game này có khi để ra quả tăng trưởng tham không? Nhìn con vợ Team Quy bốc cái trụ này cũng hơi khó khăn. Trong khi đấy thì thằng Na cứ thấy mà đẩy thôi, không ai đẹp. Giống như kiểu đánh rank nhỉ? Quy cũng chưa thấy được cái phương án xử lý nào.
Tier 3 tower in the bot lane. Things are looking very good for BLG because they're able to put out so much threat on WE that WE are not controlling their own game in any way.
No, they aren't, and we saw Wembo being potentially a pick target here by WE, but he is going to be protected by his team.
Ủi vai vẫn chưa bằng kỳ, anh ta bị mất rất nhiều máu khi được dựng lên, mất luôn tốc biến từ bằng kỳ rồi. Ủa, không biết phải nói gì đến từ vị trí của Nai nữa. Này là quá kinh dị.
Having trouble picking your battles, and when you finally get one, Knight wins it anyway. To bring this back, I've seen enough. That's a Knight MVP for
Give
me.
Knight the
MVP. This guy pushing down the bot lane, basically for the last, let's say, 10-15 minutes of the game. We're going to take a look at how this solo kill transpired.
All right, so flashes on the slow, so no CC, pops the ghost. Yeah, Kars just says nowhere to run. Even I feel like you don't even need to flash there. Like you have to understand that you are dead.
Còn mẹ cách biệt hai mạng nhìn khó chịu thật. Đúng là vua bán HDC là đây rồi. Nó không hề muốn tàn sát một tí nào luôn. Nhưng mà bằng một cách nào đấy Team Quy nó cũng quá ngu để có thể chiến thắng được game này. Cảm nhận được một phần nào đó là BLG nó sẵn sàng nó thua luôn game này đấy. Thằng ha mày lại làm cái gì đây, cho con bò gì đây? Va nhau với một con support. Monkey mất rất nhiều máu, có được khiên, bắn tinh liên tục đến từ vị trí của Viper. Wenbo ta sẽ trận đầu, ta sẽ cân 4 ở đấy, ta bị ủi vai, bị hất tung lên, bắt buộc cái tự biến bỏ chạy, có ý lực được tung ra, sinh viên là người có được mạng. Sun kết liễu được thành công vị trí của Cinderella và BLG đang muốn trận đầu team Quy lại. Có một vụ nổ được tung ra đến từ Serat và anh ta tiếp tục niệm. Monkey là người né thành công. On ta đang tìm thời cơ bay vào nhưng mà anh ta đang là người rất thấp máu. Tiếp tục là xung kích năng lượng trượt đến từ Viper. Và team Quy liệu rằng có về được không đây? Đang muốn tìm kiếm On đến từ vị trí của Monkey. On đang tương đối thấp máu rồi, đu dưới móc được tung ra và anh ta lui về thành công. Phía bên kia thì Sun tràn vào, chưa có mạng hạ sát nhưng Viper đã giết được vị trí của Cube. E3 cũng đang trong phạm vi nguy hiểm, dí On và dí thành công đến từ E3. Tung một cái boomerang ra, Nine ta vẫn tiếp tục truy đuổi. Có vòng xoay không ra đến vị trí của Nine. Và E3 ta có 1/3 cây máu, tốc biến qua phía bên kia bờ tường. Và các thành viên bên phía BLG này đang chưa muốn dừng lại ở đây, họ đang có hạt thông nổ để đánh. Và Nine ta sẽ đi một cái đường hơi lú. Nơi nguy hiểm nhất là nơi an toàn nhất. Biến về đi cái thằng kia.
Monkey's lost at the sauce though. Well, so somebody had to die. Somebody had to die, and WE losing their jungler, that death tempo is significantly desync.
Bảy cho anh em cho xin một like em nhá. Ok địt.
So BLG actually have 30 seconds essentially where there's no jungler for WE. They're all
ca mình.
Baron is the obvious choice and they are gonna jet it straight toward there.
I really like this teleport though. Equalizer just came back up. WE can actually make for a pretty decent poke.
Thế bị lag cho anh em ơi. Đủ dưới mau tung ra. Nó nhắm vào vị trí cơ bào. Này vẫn đang trưởng bay vào vị trí cơ bào. Phía bên kia thì Viper cũng đang cân 2. Và Cube là người có được mạng. Tiếp tục là sồ lên cắn vị trí của Hà. Và Nine bây giờ cũng quay Kerit luôn. On sẽ là người chặn đầu, người ta làm chậm, người ta đu dây móc. Anh ta đá vào mõm vị trí của Kerit. Quét sạch chưa? Quét giờ thôi khi mà Poppy đang còn sống.
Now, I mean, just even 45 seconds later, who's dead and who's alive is completely different. Monkey is the only one on the rift for WE. Everybody else is dead. And Monkey maybe not
một like em nhá.
Knight is just popping the ghost. He smells blood in the water.
He's got the damage to do it. Slow connects for just a little while.
Xin ca vàng nhẹ nhàng. Uầy, ngày hôm nay toàn là cửa trên bú nhở. Toàn cửa trên bú HDC rồi. Điểm thật. Game 2 có khi tiếp tục vào BLG không? 10k vàng. Lâu lắm rồi mới thấy BLG uy tín của HDC.
My point from earlier, I think, still stands. WE aren't really in... Well, first of all, they're not in a position to contest this at all, and there's no sense of urgency to do so, as it is only BLG's second Drake of the game. So, Soul likely not going to be a win condition if this game keeps panning out the way it has. The BLG are 9,000 essentially gold ahead. With only 2 dragons, they've got the Baron. This should be all they need to really put a bow onto this game. That and a couple other picks, and of course, a Knight play that makes his MVP undisputable as per usual.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it. Speaking of Knight, he's moving up towards the top side right now, trying to deny the first tower from going down. BLG have not.
Vẫn đang còn cái bộ lợi Baron ở dưới chân trong vòng 1 phút 30 giây nữa. Nhưng BLG họ đang chưa muốn endgame, đang muốn quả tăng trưởng tham thì phải. Tăng trưởng rồng. Tăng trưởng rồng thì bây giờ tạm biệt rồi. Không cách nào để cho BLG họ diễn để bú quả rồng được nữa rồi. Này bắt choáng, ủi vai có, tiếp tục bắt choáng lần 2, dậm một cái búa và nay anh ta có được lớp giáp trên người EH, tiếp cận mất đi bất khuất, EH một mình đơn độc và anh ta vẫn lùi ra được, nhưng mà vị trí của EH thì không. Cube vẫn đang dính đạn, EH anh ta hết bất khuất và anh lùi về được. BLG bây giờ đang muốn endgame hay chăng đây? Họ có cơ sở làm điều đấy khi mà đang còn nguyên 5 thành viên ở cái đội hình này. Vòng xoay không gian tiếp cận sang khu vực cánh dưới. Mọi thứ đang trông có vẻ như đang rất vội vã bên phía BLG. Và họ sẽ có 2 cánh.
Still got the Baron empowered minions. If any of the WE members step up, I feel like this is going to graduate from a triple inhibitor into reset.
Thôi tạm biệt rồi. 3 cánh thì chính thức là bye dành cho bên phía cái WE. BLG đang chưa vội. Thì còn mẹ mày. Mấy con chó này nó vào tăng trưởng tham.
Almost certainly going to see BLG look for one final push off of these resets. Give credit to Viper yet again.
Thôi anh em tranh thủ lúc này đang chưa giao tranh cho xin một like anh em. Cho tôi lên được lên xu hướng cái.
Xerath and honestly, even the way that Shun and Knight have been playing has been such an interesting counter to WE's otherwise very disengage heavy composition, because what we had anticipated is that BLG would run into a few problems. They really only had one source of engage. If they wanted to do that, everybody from WE was just going to press their no buttons, and that was going to be it.
Nó diễn hack không biết là tham cho Mantic hôm này là bao nhiêu nhỉ? Chứ thấy thằng BLG nó diễn hơi lố rồi đấy nha. Không biết là có clear được quả kill không đây. Bây giờ đang cách biệt nó 8 mạng. Và nếu như mà team Win nó trốn thì cũng chưa biết được điều gì sẽ xảy ra đâu. BLG thì bây giờ đang không có bổ lợi Baron dưới chân nữa, nhưng mà có sẽ 3 mega. Win thì cũng đang tập trung 5 người để có thể phòng ngự. Dùng kích năng lượng liên tục được đẩy vào vị trí của Viper, bắt choán thành công được Monkey. Anh ta ngay lập tức mất 2/3 cây máu. Và cái trụ bảo vệ nhà chính bây giờ cũng không còn nữa. Đu dây móc được tung ra. Trong cái trụ nhà chính bây giờ đang khá là mong manh nhờ. Giữ chân vị trí của Nai về, tạt cánh đánh đầu. Ủi và trượt. Nhưng có bắt choáng. Vẫn là một tình huống mà Nai ta quay ngược trở lại đấm vào đầu của Hà luôn. Nai ta vẫn sống tạm thời như vậy, nhưng mà anh ta phải nằm xuống. Nhưng ít nhất thì anh ta đổi được nhiều mạng. On cũng đã đi. BLG sẽ có chiến thắng ở giai đoạn phút thứ 30 phút 40 giây. Dọa tí em tăng trưởng tham suy giảm tham thôi.
As you put, Dia, a little bit skeptical of at the start of when the draft finished, but really it just came down to the guys that weren't engaging. It came down to the artillery mages of Viper and Knight.
Em thăm nhà anh em nhá.
Across, and they absolutely did. Viper was dealing so
much damage,
and Knight as well after a really rough start. Mind you, was starting to schmoove on them. I also think that WE really dropped the ball when it came to the side lanes. I mean, we saw things like in that mid lane, they were looking to break down that turret to try and trade with Knight split pushing on the bot side. But then one Q from the Xerath and then a couple of ult charges later, the wave just dissipates and disintegrates, and boom. You can't get the turret, you can't get a pick. Knight got a tower for free, and the ballooning gold lead for the Rise just kept on getting bigger as the minutes went by, which completely mitigated any of the leads that Kara saw.
Yeah, this was one of the games as well where only in hindsight am I thinking about this in terms of offense and defense. One of the things that in esports I think is really relevant, but I think it comes from just traditional sports as well and a lot of things, is that in general offense is better because you have the opportunity to poke through
Offense is the best defense.
Exactly, and I think we really saw that in this game, because we praised Urha's defense, especially really early on. I think even Monkey was often in the right place at the right time, but it was BLG that got to keep just rolling the dice on aggressive plays, and eventually WE melted.
For sure, and look at that damage from Viper.
I knew you were looking at the damage. I saw your face.
Oh, it's hard to ignore. I mean, the next highest on the side of BLG is Knight, who we also praise, and he's 10,000 damage below his APC player. So that just goes to show Viper, there are no point and click abilities on Xerath. There are point and click abilities on Rise, so I feel like that makes it even more impressive. Yeah, every single skill shot from Viper was landing, so a lot of credit over to him. Will probably be my pick for MVP, Dia. But as we have been memeing on multiple times for BLG, there can only be one. There can only be one.
Yeah, what will the AI's explanation be for giving Knight his 8 millionth MVP of the year? I suppose we'll find out soon.
They'll see that Knight has won like 500 million, thousand, billion MVPs over the course of 2026 and say, well, naturally, got to give him that +1.
It's true, and I mean, we're rarely, I almost said never, and I didn't want to be bad. We are rarely going to watch a BLG game and go, well, Knight just played really terribly, but got carried anyway. I mean, Knight played really well this game. His rise was terrifying, especially in the end game, but even in the mid game, the way that he was controlling waves was very akin to exactly what we saw even out of Viper, who, like, in the early game, was basically just playing side lane simulator as an AD carry is wont to do, even when they are on an AP carry.
Right, and it's again, I mentioned this in the LGD series, but it's so cool to see Viper pop off in the manner that he is in split number 3, because I feel like in both splits that we have seen that precede this, it has been Viper getting scapegoated. Anytime there is difficulty or turmoil or doubt about BLG, oftentimes the main talking point for that discussion is going to be Viper. And so to see him, yeah, that was absolutely disgusting damage. To see him pop off on the APCs, to see him really just be given the resources to carry from the rest of BLG, it's been a really cool change up for him over the year. And I think a lot of the people, the Viper doubters, are real quiet right now, to put it bluntly.
It's true, so watching everybody else just like figure out how to play AP carries, and it looks like Viper has been doing that since the day of his birth.
Those doubters, I think,
really,
have
really
probably
good.
moved on to. Those doubters have probably moved on to new endeavors. I think their next target is probably Leave, but you know, who knows? Maybe Leave will have a really good latter half of the split, and then they'll move on to another ADC.
Yet again. Yet again. I mean, Knight gets an MVP, shocking people around the world. His rise, again, as we said, was really good. What are you gonna do?
There's no point.
Just why even around the boat?
Who are the other 4 players again? I'm sorry, I don't know any. I don't know any Wembos. I don't know the Shun guy. I thought, isn't Viper an animal? I find it hard to believe that can be a human being. And On? That's weird. I don't know. I don't know a person like that. It's just Knight. I mean, okay, we did get
great.
some
He did
votes.
great.
We did get some votes for Viper at least. I see some love for the AD carry there.
I didn't catch
All
who
right,
it was.
Knight
Did you see
got it.
somebody voted for top lane?
Yeah, I saw someone voted for Wembo. You know, I did highlight that playpen. That playpen was really good for that one topside fight. So maybe that really stuck with the person or people's plural that voted for Wembo.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. He looked good. Everyone on BLG looked good, as so often happens when they are winning, or in this case, when they are slamming a team. Team WE, the very squad that almost took them out of the playoffs last split, crumbles in game 1. However, it's a best of 3. WE have the chance to come back, and they're going to have to find a creative way to do it, because BLG today look like they are on their game. We'll find out if they can after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English broadcast, where I am having trouble deciding whether to put the jacket on or off. I keep putting it on because I like how it looks, and taking it off because it gets way too hot during the games. It is it's too exciting of a series to be, I think, fully clothed.
You know, that is also something that I run into, with, like me personally, wearing jackets on every single broadcast, but I do the good old classic thugging it out strategy here. I am very warm right now, but I also feel like similarly, WE are maybe in a bit of a hot seat themselves as they are down 0-1 in this best of 3. And Dia, we highlighted this to be a grudge match, a fabled rematch for two teams that were really going back and forth in split number 2 playoffs. That first game was anything but a close match.
Yeah, this, in terms of as grudges go, looked like a situation where Team WE came into this matchup thinking that they were chill, thinking that they were all friends and everything was good. And BLG came into this with a grudge and played angrily towards the end of that game to really shut them out. There were moments for WE that, as we said, were very praiseworthy, that looked quite good. I think that their early game, as we said, demonstrated an incredible defense over what BLG clearly wanted to do. What we discovered during the course of this game is that defense is not enough. They have to have a winning lane, they have to have a plan in which to play, and WE constantly got that one point that I think I'd identify off that draft. Paris, their first pick Syndra, constantly attacked. That was a lane that was on the defensive all the time, positioning behind the tower whenever they could, not because Kars is a bad player. We talked about this. Kars has been popping off in recent series, but
yes.
That's where BLG were focused.
Exactly, and I feel like WE were so focused on trying to get him ahead, which just makes it even more impressive that BLG managed to find those windows to actually punish him from the 2-0 start to make him 2-2 and really mitigate any of the gold lead that the Syndra got initially, because we saw at a similar time to the 2 deaths befalling the Syndra, Monkey was down like 2 levels, right? He was literally sacking his tempo, he was sacking gold in order to say, hey, I need to get my Syndra ahead. I can still be useful without gold, but once the Syndra plan failed, it just felt like there was no really B plan there for Team WE, so they got outscaled. I think the side lane play from Wembo and Knight was really good, something that we really highlighted in the draft. Whenever you have these champions like the York, like the Riser, who have access to the Realm Warp, and just the multitude of split pushing capabilities, they really took advantage of that, and then just making sure that WE were being bled out of gold and resources, not necessarily fully committally engaging onto them and playing into what Team WE's comp was built around toward the mid to late game.
Yeah, one of the strengths of BLG that has been highlighted in recent series is, and especially in this last game, is that they don't have to 5v5 you in order to win. They're perfectly willing to 4v5 you, and not necessarily win, but stall out the fight, make it an even one, while somebody just pushes down a side lane, while somebody holds a lane and gets infinite amounts of gold for free, because you've committed 5 people to play, and BLG just have to not lose. I think that's something that they're very comfortable and confident in. We especially saw it around the top side when as we mentioned, you were getting members of WE corralled into this top lane. Well, meanwhile, Knight just shuts down the bot lane, gets your tier 2, gets your tier 3 tower, and from then on, the amount of impossible that it is to contest the side lane pressure is really difficult. Now, it is another game, and it is importantly fearless draft, so these same tools like the Realm Warp will not be available. Yorick, one of Wenbo's most picked champions, not going to be available either. I imagine we're seeing something different, especially because we still get the 5 bans, but as to what that is, I'm not sure that I know what WE need in order to get through BLG.
They need some vibes, they need some confidence. I feel like a big narrative that we ran with when they were making their almost miracle run in split number 2, Dia, was the power of friendship. And I think that that is continuing here in split number 3. They were one of the few rosters from split 2 to split 3 that didn't change out a single member. So obviously the power of friendship has remained in some sense here. So I think that there is still possibility that they do take this to game number 3. And also, BLG have been like game 3 merchants at points in this split. You never really know with them. Very easily could go the distance still. And I think that WE understand the weaknesses that were displayed by their comp in game.
Anh em xin một like em ơi. Thầy Hữu sang em xin một like thầy nhé.
A little bit more firepower going into game number 2 and actually trying to attack multiple points instead of just saying, hey, let's go through one champion, one player, and just hope it works out. Because that very clearly did not work for game number 1 in the city.
We're in a tense moment for WE, who, if I may remind everyone at home, are competing for a top spot in the LPL. If they win this series, they are effectively, there we go, tied with BLG and AL, which is impressive. But they are in the awkward spot now where they can either tie for top of the league, or at the very least, join teams like ThunderTalk and LGD in taking a single game off of BLG, and failing to complete taking a single game off of BLG when you are this close to the top, it is actually sort of double loss.
And LGD and ThunderTalk were able to do it too. Yeah, I think we may be suspect on WE if that is the case. I will never I mean, how could you not be suspect on WE? I mean, just like conceptually from the get-go, this team's always been sus. They've always been weird. So I just feel like that's a prerequisite of watching their.
Làm quả win money line em ơi.
You clear. This might be your first game watching them, honestly.
Yeah. It's time to get suspicious, as that was honestly half the fun of casting their games last split, was just going, let's go over this team again, and coming into this split, they have.
Chứ ngày hôm nay mà 2-3-2-0 thì hơi nhạt nha.
This is the time that we revert back to old sus WE and start holding off on, you know, providing underdog performances in the playoffs, which I am a big fan of. WE have a lot of talent. What they have lacked is the ability to execute on that consistently. Let's see if they can get it going in game 2, as Jace will be the first pick for BLG. Notable bans already coming through: the Ezreal, Cassiopeia, and Orianna that we've mentioned in series past.
Vậy cả lều vẫn cho 31 phút ạ.
So they very clearly want
Ui,
to
ván này có 7
have
rưỡi kìa.
a good game because they're removing a lot of those ranged top laners. Not to mention Yorick also being fearless away removes a really big counter from Jace as well. So there aren't a lot of amazing matchups that I think teams can really go for. The most prominent one I can think of is something like the Gnar if they really want to play into that. It is a possibility, but WE aren't going to be concerned with answering the top lane pick right away. They're going to actually switch gears a little bit. Instead of going for the top side of their team, they're going to say, let's give something to about. Immediately going to snag.
Chơi gì à? Tăng trưởng Wii thầy Vinh ơi.
Like it's going to be a Trundle blind pick. This is WE are suspect. They're sus.
Yeah.
That's sus.
That's true. I was looking at it going, that's wild, that's crazy, but you say the sus, and it's kind of on brand for WE. I don't know what they're planning to do.
You don't have a tank, and the tank role of top lane doesn't have a frontliner. That Jace is not a tank, so who are you subjugating? I feel like BLG don't really need to deal with that, as they are going to switch gears in the last
Đèo
second.
còn mẹ mình là tiếng ác thật.
Mel actually to try and match the range of the Caitlyn and
Mel
up the
Leona
range with their Jace already. And they're maybe going to be cosplaying some Pays Career lanes as
lâu lắm rồi không thấy con vợ Bin, lại thấy nhớ nhỉ.
the instalock here for on. BLG are trying to play some fast League of Legends, Dia.
Thằng Red Bull đánh không có nhiều cảm xúc bằng thằng Bin được. Anh em tiện tay cho xin một like anh em nhá. Tiện tay một like miễn phí em ơi. Ngại gì không like. Cố gắng ngày hôm nay cho tôi lên được 50 like đâu. Cảm ơn anh em rất nhiều. Play like. Bây giờ sẽ tới lượt cấm thứ 4 bên phía team Wii lúc này. Sự chấn cấm ở khu vực đường giữa hoặc đường rừng. Tuyến dưới thì cũng đã lộ ra đến từ đôi bên rồi. Đường rừng thì còn xin giao. Nhưng mà xin giao thì bây giờ cũng không phải là một con tướng quá là meta. Và Nocturne sẽ bị cấm. Sun không biết là đã được thì thầm điều gì mà anh cười tươi thế. Nhầm bên à? Mấy hôm trước tôi cũng bị nhầm giống bác.
For something like a Victor, which I think is really good into some of these shorter range champions like the Trundle and the Nautilus. So options available for BLG
Victor.
as they are actually going to be the ones to ban the Victor.
Cấm Victor để đánh một con gì ta? Annie Azura.
Should win the lane pretty passively. Yes, you can gank them, but realistically, it's just going to happen. And it's realistically also a lane that BLG are going to attack. What I want to see is what we didn't get last game from WE. Somebody to build their comp around, somebody to constantly have at the forefront who's expected to win the lane, who's expected to do so much more, so that WE have a point of strength to play as we get into the later half of this match. Victor Aurora banned away by BLG, and the Twisted Fate and Nocturne removed by WE. So a lot of global pressure taken out of here by the WE roster.
Likely going to see a top laner here just to answer the Jace, but it actually looks like WE just, again, really want to prioritize comfort. They don't want to run the risk of Knight maybe stealing this away. So they're going to give Karus to Zakali. When in doubt, they are defaulting to comfort. So I feel like WE's early game plan is to try and play around Monkey and Karus. This is a similar thing to game number 1, but these are much more comfortable champions that they have been put on here for game number 2 as I see a Lee Sin hover here. Should is laughing in the player cams. I kind of hope they lock this one in because this would be... This is playing Lee Sin on hard mode. You've got very little setup for your Q. And yeah, you're going to need something like a Lissandra, like a Galio to help you out and give you some of that guaranteed ability to hit your skill shot. Max is going to be the answer here for Knight. It's really good into the Akali. It helps out the Lee Sin, and it gives you some poke. So all 3 of those boxes checked by the BLG mid lane.
I mean, BLG really are just playing the game of we saw them lock in Trundle, let's just
nó
go tanks. And honestly, given last game, it's probably going to work. The one thing that I will say to all of our viewers for WE
lại là cái đùng à?
With the Malphite lock-in especially, if BLG get behind, they are going to get run the heck over by a godly front line. If they get behind.
For sure. And BLG really have to keep the momentum in their favor at all times, right? This is a super high octane, super... You got to be playing with alacrity if you are having this comp, because the moment I feel things like the Pike, the
Huy sáng ấy chứ, nhìn Big đẹp đấy anh em ơi. Thằng Huy nó rác đến cái mức mà thằng BLG nó biết cả Vec ạ. Anh em giúp tôi lên 50 like anh em nhá. Năn nỉ anh em đấy. Em mỗi anh em xin một like anh em ơi.
But it's par for the course when it comes to watching BLG's games. On the other side, though, WE, they've got good scaling, they've got good team fighting. If they can group up, I feel like it's going to be very difficult for BLG to chip away at this armor and this really burly team fight.
Manframe không ra xu là tội ác à? Hợp lý ha. Thế luôn, ngày hôm qua xem cái thằng nào cũng có thằng Manframe buồn cười vãi lờ. Em nhớ cái thằng nào hôm qua chơi Manframe nhỉ? Đối đầu với Vên đấy. Còn mẹ mình xem Chí biết cười thôi. Thầy nói ít thôi hả? Thầy ba lên nói hộ em với thầy ơi. Ồ, không còn được em thầy Hiếu nhá.
But to me, with nameplates on especially, and with the last game as reference, this looks like a losing formula for WE. And it's up to them to turn that around. And it really is, when I say up to them, not just to generalize like, it's up to somebody somewhere. They all
em thăm nhà tôi nhé anh em nhé.
League of Legends in this game. And a lot of that,
Bên tôi thì được cái là càng chơi nhiều, càng chơi lâu ấy, càng chơi lâu thì nó mãi khuyến càng nhiều anh em ạ. Nên thường là anh em nào mà chơi bên tôi rồi là không chơi bên khác nữa đâu. Với cả anh em nào thích chơi vương giả vi diệu thì cũng thăm nhà nốt anh em nhé. Bên tôi thì chuyên vương giả vi diệu với cả liên minh.
Like straight up says that someone dies before the 2-minute mark. And there is still time for that to happen. You've got about 50-ish seconds, but feels like it is less likely if it isn't.
Bên tôi chơi càng lâu càng dài thì mãi khuyến cực ngon anh em ạ. Nhưng mà lần đầu thì hơi rác ấy. Nói thẳng là như vậy. Lần đầu thì hơi rác. Nhưng mà càng về sau thì nó sẽ càng ngon. Anh Chiến thăm nhà giúp em anh Chiến ơi. Còn bên em sẽ thẩm kín cho anh nhé. Nhớ thăm nhà anh em ơi.
Pathing the opposite direction of the Lee Sin, so I don't think an invade is really in the cards for the BLG jungler in these first few minutes of the game. Curious that he is actually pathing toward the top.
SLAM ăn trưa à? Hôm qua được ngủ có 5 tiếng. Vừa mới gặp cái bánh mì xong rồi lên làm cho anh em này. Không còn tờ lờ à? Thế cho xin một like anh em nhé. Cho xin một like. Xin một like cái phiên live ngày hôm nay anh em ạ. Cảm ơn anh em rất nhiều. BLG thì vẫn đang dẫn trước. Và bây giờ thì Monkey đã muốn vòng tiến trên Wenbu thì đang đẩy rất cao. Mà Wenbu anh ta khá là tỉnh khi mà tự dưng lại thấy con vợ cú B nó đã dâng lên cao. Monkey quyết tâm tìm bằng được à? Wenbu bây giờ vào một góc cực kỳ khó để thoát đi được nha. Và cú B liệu rằng có nằm xuống không? Cấp độ 4 tốc biến dí theo lại vị trí Monkey. Nó buông cái gì đấy? Tốc biến cái gì đấy? Tốc biến cầu rồi cho on. Ai da. Được cái chứ. Ôi trời ơi. Vẫn là cục đá di động. Nhưng BLG bây giờ sẽ phản công. Monkey đã dính sóng âm. Và anh ta vẫn đang bị... Không, anh ta không bị gì cả. Anh ta sẽ lùi về một cách an toàn. Và BLG mới là người bị lỗ tình huống vừa qua. Một cái đầu khá xuân. I think I did a pretty decent job there. As now Viper going to be aggressed onto, will be able to rebuttal that. Có thể là team họ có thể chiến thắng luôn ông ta. Tính ra là cú B bây giờ nó đang xanh nhá. Mà nó đã có giáp canh ngục rồi thì vị trí của Wenbo đi đường rất khó luôn. Nhưng tình huống lăn bánh xe thì cú B cũng sẽ đau vào người của Wenbo rồi. Và giáp thì cũng cực kỳ trâu. Nếu như mà level 6 thì Wenbo anh ta sẽ gặp rất nhiều khó khăn khi mà cú B ta có khả năng tiếp cận với không thể cản phá. Và thời điểm này thì con Bo ta cũng không có tốc biến để bỏ chạy được nữa rồi. Không thể né được cú chiều cuối đến từ cú B luôn. Điều Wenbo cần làm là anh ta phải đóng băng lính. Xem anh ta sẽ xử lý như thế nào. Game này hả? Em đi quả quy thầy ạ. Ôi giời ơi. Rất may là sóng u sầu nó trượt đến từ vị trí của Nai. Tuyến giữa thì vẫn đang farm được hòa đến từ đối bên. Mặc dù cái sải tay bên phía Team Wii cũng tương đối dài, nhưng mà Viper vẫn đang làm tốt với những con tướng phép mà anh ta chơi. Chưa thấy cái game nào mà Viper anh ta chơi phép mà bị lỏ luôn. Xét với những con tướng phép ở tuyến dưới thì Viper là một trong những người, không phải là một trong những người mà tôi nghĩ là top 1 rồi đấy. top 1 chơi phép ở khu tiến giới toàn thế giới thời điểm hiện tại.
Yeah, well, we'll have plenty of time to make that up. I promise. This is gonna be an exciting game, no matter which way you chop it, because BLG have so much burst that if they get ahead, it's gonna be crazy. And WE, if they get ahead, are basically unkillable. That is the nice thing about.
Anh em cho xin một like phiên live này anh em nhá.
You really wanted Trundle ahead, but maybe you can do that now.
Sẽ có một pha bằng trụ để Nguyên Bố đang là người không tốc biến, cái đùng vào mặt Nguyên Bố ta mất quá nhiều máu rồi, cần phải bằng trụ thêm một nhịp nữa và Cube ta không giật ra được. Khá là đèn dành cho Cube nhưng mà không sao, ít nhất thì Nguyên Bố ta cũng mất rất nhiều lính ở pha vừa qua, coi như là trao đổi hòa đấy. Mặc dù kéo 2 người nhưng mà team họ mất 1, nhưng mà đổi lại thì Nguyên Bố cũng mất rất nhiều lính và bây giờ ta không có dịch chuyển để quay trở lại, và thế lính thì đang đẹp hơn dành cho Cube khi mà nó là đẩy lên. Và thời điểm tại thì Nguyên Bố ta cũng không hồi được tốc biến kịp. Nếu thích thì bên phía Huy có thể băng thêm một nhịp nữa, chính xác là can thêm một nhịp nữa. Và phía bên này thì EH đang bị đá vào mặt, có một tình huống mà kéo anh ta về nhưng mà cũng chưa có gì xảy ra cả. Nai đang di chuyển tới, Viper cũng đang di chuyển tới, EH thấp máu dính sóng bay vào lối đến Sun. Và Monkey ta bị đá về, có người hứng đó là bắt choáng thành công, thêm một tình huống phi luận nữa. Rất mượt mà bên phía BLG họ tiếp tục lao vào với bóng tối u sầu. Vợ Hà dính rất nhiều thứ đến từ Nại, ta có 1 máu mà thôi nhưng mà có nhất thực hoàng kim. Một màn tung hứng thực sự đến từ bên phía BLG và họ có được mạng thứ 3. Kerit thì di chuyển cực kỳ muộn và anh ta đang muốn cân 4 à. Bao thì không còn nhiều máu và Kerit thì chắc chắn là không nên đâm vào khi mà cái nội tại buồn bực đến từ vị trí của Vec đang có full stack. Chúng ta sẽ cùng xem ở tình huống này. Một tình huống bên phía team Huy họ muốn cố vào cái con bồ xanh và Sun thì anh ta lườm rau gắp thịt. Pha này thì Monkey ta không có chinh phục kịp được và On thì là người hứng. Hồi lại chiều cuối đến từ vị trí của Nai đâm thẳng vào hoảng sợ được 2 người. Và EH thì không thể nói được combo đến từ vị trí của Nai rồi. Sau đó thì Viper lại được dọn cỗ, tiếp tục đang muốn đấm nhau đến từ đối bên lúc này. Và phía bên trên kia thì Cube anh ta đang là người tanh trụ, dính rất nhiều sát thương đến từ Wenbu. Phía bên này thì hoảng sợ được EH rồi, On anh ta bị hạ sát bởi sát thương cuối cùng đến từ Keris. 3 đều cho team Huy. Tranh thủ giới thiệu tí nhờ. Đang lúc không có oánh nhau. Hiện tại thì tôi đang quảng cáo cho N em nhé. Bên tôi thì càng chơi lâu thì càng có mãi khuyến anh em nhé. Anh em nào yêu quý thấy tôi bình luận hợp tài thì mong anh em ủng hộ một cái. Nhớ thăm nhà anh em ơi. Đúng rồi nha thầy Sơn nhá. Nhà đang ở khung chat đang ghi anh em ơi. 3 đều và chênh lệch về vàng bây giờ cũng chỉ là 500 danh nghiêng bên phía BLG thôi. Cube thì ta có chiều cuối đấy nha. Và bây giờ thì kết linh thì đang được cắt cửa để đép vào khu tuyến dưới. Nếu như mà đánh thì sẽ là 4 đánh 4 ở đây. Đâm thấu sơn được tung ra, ép được tốc biến đến từ EH. Và chưa có gì diễn ra tiếp cả. Mặc dù là bên phía TV họ có rất nhiều công cụ để mở nhưng mà họ đang tương đối rén ở tình huống vừa qua. Tiến dưới thì EMEA bây giờ bắt đầu gặp khó rồi với những tình huống mà Viper tập tung ra trùng sáng hội tụ. Cảm giác như là không có cách nào để EMEA có thể chơi hit được khi mà Mel là một con tướng rất dài. But I do kind of want to highlight and pull attention to the fact that Dragons are still standing in this game. Like game number 1, neither team is really heavily focusing on them. And I feel like this really does favor the high octane style BLG want to go for as now Wembo's getting go. Nhớ thăm nhà trên khung chat anh em nhá. Tôi bây giờ mới qua cái nhà mới rồi. Quả tăng trưởng của mình phía team Huy sáng chưa? Thậm chí là anh em có thể mơ về Huy chiến thắng ở trong game này anh em ạ. BLG thì họ có 2 con tướng phép và giai đoạn cuối game thì cái đội hình này nó siêu mỏng luôn. Bây giờ thì Wenbu anh ta cũng không có xanh một chút nào cả, và lại còn có một con tướng counter đó là Manfai. Manfai thì bây giờ như kiểu bất tử rồi nếu như mà anh ta không gặp vách với cả là Mel, bởi vì anh ta đã có tim bằng trên người. Tầm này Wenbo với cả Sun đánh với cả đá gãy tay gãy chân thì khả năng cũng không thể hạ sát được Cube.
Quite a little bit. It's going to be 20 minutes until that is kind of a threat in our mind. That's assuming BLG get both of the future Drakes. And that's exactly what this comp wants, frankly. They want to slow down the game. They don't want these big 5v5 objectives to be spawning as often.
Anh em nào chưa có honor thì mở một honor giúp tôi em nhé. Cảm ơn anh em rất nhiều. Dạo này hiệu suất đã yếu quá anh em ơi. Trứng thì ở trong nhà rồi. Ở bao thì tiếp tục sẽ là người cắt cử đẹp ở đây. Có phi luân hứng đến từ vị trí của Viper, nhưng mà may mà ở bao ta phản xạ kiếm, nếu không thì có thể là đi luôn tình huống vừa qua, hoặc ít nhất là cũng mất tốc biến. Suy giảm 6 độ rưỡi à, trông cũng khá là 10/10 không biết được. Nhưng mà trông cái thằng BLG nó cứ bìm bịp ấy anh em ạ. Ván này nó tích vách là tôi thấy sai sai ở đâu rồi. Cái gì ấy ha ơi. Làm cái gì mà khó coi thế. Tìm người mới chơi on nữa hả? Anh em mà chưa có on thì mở giúp tôi đây. Sao còn chính xác rồi, dẫm bẫy vị trí của Sun này, anh ta mất tương đối nhiều máu. Kerit băng vào, cần 4 à, cần 5 luôn đấy vị trí Kerit, anh ta giật ra được nhưng mà On là người nằm xuống. Với sát thương cuối cùng đến từ Earbound và Wii. Họ đổi được mạng tình huống vừa qua và khoảng cách về mạng tiếp tục là con số 1. Khả năng là tăng trưởng tại bên phía Wii về ấy, em ơi. Thấy BLG nó bịp lắm. Kể cả game đấu đầu tiên thì tôi cũng thấy là nó không muốn bán quả HDC đâu. Và nếu như mà anh em bay bổng thì có thể nghĩ tới một kịch bản ở Team Wii nó chiến thắng trong video này cũng được. Suy giảm 3 độ rưỡi khả năng là được cái thầy ạ. Nhưng mà anh em hãy nên nhớ rằng Team Wii họ có xạ thủ nha. Và cách biệt về vàng ở phút thứ 13 bây giờ đó là một K4 thì không phải là nhiều. Và JC thì bị counter bởi Cube. Nhưng mà Cube bây giờ trông ngáo ngáo nhỉ. Chơi hit kiểu gì mà thằng Wenbu đang đầy máu vậy. Nhớ giao lưu ở nhà trên khung chat tôi đang ghim anh em nhá. Vào đây đỡ lạc với nhau với cả có trứng nữa anh em ơi. Mãi khuyến nữa. Úi rồi ôi. Đó là mượt anh em ơi. Tôi thấy cái mùi Team Wii thắng lắm rồi đấy. Cái đội hình BLG ra đoạn cuối game thì đánh cái gì? Đánh cái gì ra đoạn cuối game luôn. Không hiểu. Bây giờ cũng chỉ có hơn 1k vàng. Cube bây giờ đầy cây máu. Áp lực là tương đối lớn thì Wenbu người ta phải bỏ chạy. Wenbu thì bây giờ không có dịch chuyển trên người. This just has me worried for BLG in about 6 minutes because once we start cresting toward that late game, kind of feels like you're playing without a support unless he can get a really clutch hook onto some of these backliners that chuẩn bị xuất hiện con rồng nguyên tố tiếp theo chỉ bản đồ à. Game này có thể là lên tới 4-50 phút đấy. Mà nếu như mà như thế thì bên phía Team Wii họ sẽ càng có lời. Và cảm giác như là cái thằng Team Wii này là một cái thằng mà counter đi BLG sao nhỉ? BLG cứ gặp thằng Team Wii là thấy cùn cụt thôi. Ở đây anh em nào mà chưa có honor ấy thì rất mong là anh em mở giúp tôi một honor em nhé. Tôi bây giờ mới chuyển sang Honor anh em ạ. Mãi khuyến cực căng luôn. Ui dồi ôi. Đó là người chơi phép một tuyến dưới hàng đầu thế giới. Không có một viên xược nào ở bao đã đi. Sun bây giờ đang muốn cướp, anh ta cướp không thành công. Monkey ta là vào ngõ cụt và anh ta sẽ đi về được với một cú đánh hạt thông nổ. Một tình huống chết vô duyên đến từ E3 nhưng mà không sao. Ít nhất thì Huy họ cũng... Ơi giời, không nhận được quả này à. Không nhận được sự giả luôn.
Has a million dashes, so we'll use one to get away. What this does do, however, is gives prio over to BLG. They make their presence known in mid. They stamp their flag on that area.
Viper Liam à? Thằng BLG nó bán thì nói chung là game nào nó cũng bán nữa. Game này chắc là nó bán HDC còn gì nữa. Đang có người đến cứu Oba đâu. Chính xác là Wayne đó là vẽ. Cú bên mất rất nhiều máu. Sẽ có hai di chuyển đây, dẫm thẳng vào bẫy từ vẽ luôn. Và cú bên ta vẫn sống. Mạng thứ 7 dành bên phía của team Wii. Cảm giác BLG bây giờ nó bắt đầu dần dần nó yếu đi rồi đấy nha. Lao thẳng vào chiều cuối luôn, rất nhiều sát thương đến vị trí Kerit. Ta sẽ lườm rau gắp thịt mà không hạ sát được Weibo. On thì vẫn sống, sóng ông không né được đến từ Kerit. Và liệu rằng có một kịch bản nào chết ngược không đây? Đá được hai người nhưng mà Kerit anh ta vẫn đang bị sát thương bởi Sun và anh ta nằm xuống. Tiếp tục bay vào thêm một nhịp nữa. E3 ta thả diều tốt. Có chiều cuối đến từ On luôn, anh ta hạ sát được một người. Và chiều cuối lần 2 này thì né được từ Monkey là người có được mạng. Sun bây giờ cũng không còn trụ nữa nhưng mà ta sẽ đu vào vị trí của Wenbo. Wenbo tiếp tục thả diều tốt. Viper đằng sau. Và Monkey với KH sẽ đi trùng đường. Chân đi không chạm đất.
For Wenbo, a kill for Viper, a kill for Shun and BLG. 17 minutes of the game are 2.6k gold up.
They win the extended trade. They lose their top lane turret, but you can see Wenbo here all alone in this lane now, as everybody has been killed. He'll be able to
nhớ thăm nhà tôi anh em nhé.
Go into the replay. On.
Em yêu quý em mở giúp tôi on cho tôi có tí miếng cơm anh em ạ. Cảm ơn em rất nhiều.
If Wenbo didn't have that flash, On unironically killed his top laner there, but instead Shun enters into the fight, a good kick to try and separate the bot lane from the jungle.
Thì đang bị truy đuổi, có nhật thực hoàng kim còn 100 máu trùm xã hội tôi chính xác và Viper là người có được mạng. Đâm thấu xương thì kéo được vị trí của Cube, anh ta tốc biến Cube, anh ta rất cọc lăn một cái bánh xe và ở bao, anh ta hạ sát được thành công. Khoảng cách đang là 4k vàng như bên phía BLG và họ cũng chỉ hơn một mạng. Và Team Wii bây giờ họ sẽ có được con rồng thứ hai.
But it's their first of the game, and like we said, with the very slow pace and very low priority on the dragons in general, Dia, don't really feel like Seoul is much of a win con as...
Oh my god, he got
auto! He dashed! Nah, that is actually insane, as now Nightmare might be in trouble.
Knight, future MVP. Flashing away from Monkey, who really seems intent on grabbing him, but again, it will be on with the death from below to make sure that the kill is secured.
Tôi vẫn có một... Ôi giời, tôi vẫn có một niềm tin nào đấy là Team Wii nó sẽ lật được anh em ơi. Có anh em nào muốn làm quả hũ không? Wenbu thì vẫn đang đứng dựa thời cơ. Ở hàng ngay lập tức đã bị bốc hơi. Team Wii đang bị kẹt hai người ở đây. Wenbu anh ta chưa chọn được ai cả. Quyết định sẽ là nhắm sang Cube và anh ta bị thả ngược lại. Credit bay thêm một vòng nhưng mà hiệu suất có vẻ như là không ăn thua cho lắm. Gì vẫn nằm xuống, Credit cũng đã đi. Và On thì anh ta đang lặn. Vẫn có đủ lượng máu để lùi về.
This game is absolute chaos here, Dia. We have had non-stop action for the past 3 to 4 minutes. Cube even looking to be a nuisance and cancel the packs about. Hits the ace in the hole.
Cốt à? 4k vàng thôi anh em ơi. Cứ đợi đấy. Tí thằng bàn phai nó hút 5 người cho anh em xem. Anh em tiện tay cho xin một like anh em nhá. 2k1 người xem mới có 50 like này, chết tôi rồi, cho lên 100 được không? Anh em nào yêu quý thì mở giúp tôi một honor anh em nhé. Ở trong ngôi nhà đang ghi trên khung chat anh em ạ. Đang có rất nhiều mã khuyến luôn. Rất mong là anh em yêu quý ủng hộ nhá. Tính ra 4k 2 vàng nhưng cũng chưa thấy được sự hủy diệt lắm bên phía BLG. Để xem có phép màu nào xảy ra không đây. Viper thì bây giờ nó xanh quá. 9 điểm thu được ám và một quả giáp tay Seeker thì bây giờ giết kiểu gì. Lại còn có cả kích đúp nữa.
For a really long time. Like we said, Dragon Soul isn't going to be available for another 15 minutes for either of these teams, and I feel like that
phút thứ 21 rồi. Mọi thứ thì chưa thấy thực sự là khó khăn dành bên phía team Quy. Ui giời, mua bản quyền với bác Lâm Nguyễn ơi, quét gì bác. À, thằng On này mày nhờn ha. Cho một cái đùng vào mặt bây giờ. Nó biết là thằng QB nó không lên phép nên là nó cũng dám láo. QB thì bây giờ trần tanh. Bên phía team Wii bây giờ đúng kiểu là một đội hình nhất xạ tứ nô rồi. Càng về sau thì cái nó sẽ càng yếu đi và có mỗi shot thường đầu ra đến từ bao. Tuy nhiên Akali ở giai đoạn cuối thì cũng được với cái team này, bởi vì BLG nó không có tanh, đội hình nó cũng bỏng dính à. Thì cho rút lại cái lời nói lúc nãy nhé. Tính ra là Akali được cái em ạ. Mà thằng BLG bây giờ nó cũng chưa có kháng phép nữa cơ. Thì Kerit hoàn toàn có thể múa, khi mà anh ta bây giờ cũng thua có 400 vàng so với vị trí của Nai. Wenbu thì vẫn đang đứng chờ sẵn. Người đang có 2 món đồ lúc này. Kerit thì cũng tương tự như vậy. Và Wenbu thì anh ta đang hơn level so đối phương, nên là Kerit cũng không dám láo. Phía bên kia thì đang muốn đánh nhau. Sẽ có dịch chuyển luôn đến từ Wenbu. Phi Luân giữ chân vị trí bàn kỳ lại. Viper thì bị hất tung lên với không thể cản phá. Ở ba là người có được mạng và có lợi thế nhân sự dành bên phía của team Wii khi mà con Baron đang sẵn sàng trên bản đồ này. Ở ba bị kéo về sóng u sầu thì không chính xác. Và trong lúc đấy thì Wenbu anh ta đang đẩy khu vực tuyến dưới này, không có ai ngăn cản anh ta cả, và team Wii họ cũng không thể bắn vào con Baron được. Về được không? Vẫn về được đến từ vị trí của Wenbu. Ngắt cho một nhịp team Wii họ ăn con Baron này, nhưng mà bây giờ khoảng cách đã được thu hẹp xuống còn số 3k2. Khi mà team Wii họ shut down được mạng của Viper và anh ta trao rất nhiều vàng cho bao với cái mạng shut down vừa rồi. Búp đầu mà búp bác ơi. Em búp làm cái gì? Búp để được cái gì hả bác? Khinh luôn mà nghĩ là búp luôn mà. Anh em thăm nhà tôi nhá anh em nhá. Anh em nào chưa có một honor thì anh em mở giúp tôi, ủng hộ tôi một cái đi. Cảm ơn anh em rất nhiều. Với cả cho xin một like anh em ạ. Monkey đã bị dồn quá nhiều thứ vào đầu, anh ta cũng đã phải nằm xuống rồi. QB thì không có đam. Cái đít bỏ chạy, anh ta phóng phi tiêu ra. Wenbu ta cầu sấm trượt, cầu sấm quá lò lên Wenbu, nhưng mà tốc biến thì không thể né. Tiếp tục lao vào đến từ vị trí của Nai. Ở bao không được bắn. Chiều cuối vẫn còn đến từ vách luôn. Ở bao ta bị lao vào. Tốc biến cũng không thể thoát được vòng tay của BLG. Mọi thứ gần như sẽ là chấm hết dành cho bên phía team Wii khi mà BLG họ sẽ tiến vào con Baron này với cả 4 thành viên thôi. Khi mà Nai là người được cắt cử để đẩy khu tiến giữa. 5k 5 vàng và thậm chí là nó còn nới ra thêm khi bên phía BLG họ có được con Baron này. Và chúng ta sẽ cùng xem lại một pha combat thực sự là lỏ bên phía team Wii khi mà họ không kéo được ai của BLG cả. Sun anh ta băng vào đá vị trí của Monkey và Viper là người hứng. Thêm một pha chiều cuối đẹp đến từ Nai nữa. Và anh ta hồi liên tục với cái chiều cuối của mình. Và Kerit thì ở pha này khổ nhất thế giới rồi. Mặc dù anh ta cũng đã có một chút may mắn, nhưng điều đó là chưa đủ để giúp anh ta sinh tồn ở pha vừa qua được.
it does not matter. It's BLG. They always find a way.
Anh em xin một like anh em ơi, giúp tôi lên được 100 like ngày hôm nay được không? Cảm ơn anh em rất nhiều. Bây giờ đang có hơn 60 like. Năn nỉ anh em một like anh em nhé. Miễn phí mà anh em ơi. Với cả hôm sau anh em muốn xem Liên Minh Lậu thì nhớ gõ BLV SLAM nhé. Đừng gõ kênh khác anh em ơi.
Baron's still in tow as Wembo is getting aggressed onto.
WE do want to pick another 5v5.
Hơn 2k người xem có được 100 like à?
4v5, I should say, Wembo, as I finish the sentence,
Giúp tôi cái anh em ơi.
Surprise, surprise.
Mỗi người một bấm thôi mà. 2 giây thôi. Cho lên xu hướng cái. Monkey đã bị kéo về, anh ta có người đón và On là người được mạng, xuống sóng âm và E2 anh ta né được nhưng tạm thời thì vẫn đang là trong phạm vi nguy hiểm. Có luôn chiều cuối, đó là nỗi buồn lan tỏa và chắc chắn là E2 sẽ đi mà thôi. 5 cái pháo mỏ neo thì cũng không giúp cho E2 ta thoát được ở tình huống này. Ăn được một mạng của Weibo phải trả giá bằng 2 nhân sự. Và cú B thì được đẩy khung tiến dưới. Nhưng mà có ý nghĩa gì không? Các thành viên bên phía BLG bây giờ họ sẽ lui về ngay lập tức đến từ người trên đường giữa để phòng ngự cái vụ trụ khung tiến dưới. Và BLG bây giờ sẽ có thêm một công trình của tuyến trên. BLG đang ping liên tục vào đầu của QB lúc này. Người đang tương đối trâu nhất ở trên cái bầu đồ này luôn. Và Vách thì đang ở tuyến sau rồi. Sẽ được một pha và On người ta lặn xuống. Cú bên ta vẫn ở trong cái phạm vi an toàn nha. Khi mà kết Lin ta đang di chuyển qua. Đầm thấu xương kéo vị trí QB về và người hứng là Nai. Nai có nội tại hoảng sợ vị trí của QB. Và QB ta vẫn mất chưa nhiều máu. Tốt nhất là nên lui bên phía BLG. Coi Slam có bị gõ cửa không à? Là sao đấy? Anh em thăm nhà tôi, anh em đỡ lạc mất nhau nhá. Tôi đang có rất nhiều mã khuyến, rất mong em ủng hộ tôi một cái. Tôi thì mới chuyển có ON anh em nhé. Hơi đáng tiếc khi mà nhiều view nhưng mà chỉ có 2-0 mà thôi. Lại là một pha tàn sát được thực hiện bên phía BLG. Họ đang muốn tràn lên tìm kiếm E2, người đang bị làm chậm lúc này. Và anh ta sẽ đi với cú chiêu cuối đẹp đến từ On. BLG vẫn đang còn nguyên 5 người đây. Họ sẽ lấy được cái công trình chính xác hơn 10 gang khung tiến dưới. Và họ chưa muốn dừng lại ở đấy khi mà có một pha dịch chuyển đến từ này luôn. QB đang là người đép, Kerit đang là người đép. QB đã mất rất nhiều máu rồi. Và bây giờ anh ta đang phải lui về. Anh ta không có chiêu cuối trên người. Sụt bay vào đá vị trí của ai đấy về. Và QB thì cũng mất đi tốc biến tình huống vừa qua. Akali nằm xuống, Viper là người có được mạng. Chiến thắng dành cho bên phía BLG một cách rất xứng đáng. Và QB cũng ngay lập tức bị hủy diệt luôn. Thăm nhà anh em ơi. Thăm nhà nốt anh em nhé. Đỡ lạc mất nhau anh em ơi. Anh em nào yêu quý ủng hộ tôi một honor nhé. Cảm ơn anh em rất nhiều. Thằng nhà nốt nha anh em nhá.
But this series was not close. This was a one-sided stomp, a shellacking from BLG.
Đeo con mẹ mà 5 rưỡi mà xong luôn cả LPL rồi. Không biết phải nói gì hơn.
Probably going to be talking about how, despite Pyke being an early game champion, he was kind of useless early on, but then in the late game when Pyke usually falls off, he found the best picks of the game. So, yeah, you know, works in mysterious ways.
I liked On, and you know, if Knight didn't exist,
Nhà nốt anh em ơi.
maybe he was getting MVP this game. I will say that even if we delete Knight from the equation, Viper also had a very strong argument. His Mel was pretty freaking crazy in those fights. Even though you know Mel's not a very flashy champion, his positioning was really good. He was landing all of his abilities, and he was picking up a lot of kills. I could very easily see Viper walking away with an MVP here.
You know, every time we say that though, guess who gets the MVP deal?
Oh yeah, I mean, a Knight is doing it, but it's, you know, if
yeah, you know, in our hearts. Yeah. But for me, that game was just generally more evenly spread across who had influence, in my opinion. I think that in a lot of BLG games,
Em thăm nhà hết chưa để tôi xin phép xuống like.
two members that are extremely responsible or very much so the driving force for that win, and then the other three are just kind of to the wayside. They're the passengers, right? Nobody was a passenger this time around. They all got in their separate cars and their separate whips, and they just were all driving parallel on a highway